30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The death certificate doesn't lie, does it? Meaning nobody really looked at this thing except one doctor. Mm-hmm. His general doctor is the only doctor that looked at this. Nobody else objectively. And I want every T crossed, every I dotted, and if that and if he has a port that people can easily inject things into his system. And there are periods of time that there is nobody but maybe his wife with him. I'd like to know more information. Wow.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge Show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We're live. I had a lot on my mind yesterday. Lummy, as you can see, I was in probably a little bit of a... By the way, hi. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. And heard on such great radio stations like Panama City's 101.1, Florida Man Radio. Lummy, I got a little bit of score to settle with this douchebag, and he doesn't come on the air for another hour in Fort Walton Beach on our competition 99 Rock.
Oh, what a pussy.
Him and his name's, I think, Mastro. Mastro Stroke. Is just when you thought that you couldn't find a more stupider radio name than Bubba the Love Sponge, you come with a guy named Mastro Stroke, who is a journeyman at best. I've looked into him a little bit, and he was starting to raise some hell with our operation manager. Listen.
When?
On Facebook yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he started, our guy's name is John Griffo, and he's a hell of a dude. He's been a big supporter for the longest time. And, he's not, a big time personality where, like me, Shannon, Brian, we're subjected to criticism. My God, Lummy, there's complete forums dedicated at the hatred to us.
Yes, so what does Master Bader do?
He's the morning man. He's our competition.
Oh, okay.
Over at 99 Rock in Fort Walton Beach, which is owned by Cumulus. And so he starts on his personal Facebook page yesterday screwing with one of our managers at JVC, John Griffo. And starts, I guess when John Griffo, I think one time in his life wrote a bad check or something like that. I mean, we don't have to stick our heads in the sand we've all done. I mean, if the worst thing a guy's done has written a bad check, I mean, writing a bad check back in the day was, that's before they had overdraft balance.
In college, it happened all the time, right?
Yeah. You write a bad check and, the guy would call you up. You'd either make it right or sometimes they'd send the cops. It matters how big of a dick they were being. Not a big deal. Not a by today's standards and what's going on in our world today. You think that really matters? Now, if John Griffo was a kid toucher or wife beater or a cheat or something like that, then lay the books to him. But my God, he wrote a bad check. Big deal. That's all you can find on him. Masturbator, mastro stroke. So listen, I started getting into it a little bit with him on Facebook, and he blocked me.
Mm-hmm.
And so,
just like every stud does, they block people.
Yeah, they block people.
Pussy.
And so I told him, pick up the phone, bitch, because I'm calling today. They don't start for another hour because it's 5:05 in Fort Walton Beach right now. They're central, which for the life of me, I cannot understand why Florida, the entire state, isn't just, like why we have to. I think there's Fort Walton Beach, Panama City, Tallahassee, Pensacola. I don't know
Tallahassee's East Coast.
Oh, it's okay.
I mean, Eastern time.
You know why? Because of the government, and because they're the state capital, they couldn't be on a different time zone than 90% of the rest of the state. Do you know how? Listen, I lived in Terre Haute one time. I lived in Terre Haute, Indiana, and it's right on the Illinois-Indiana line where you would do. Like it was almost like Hillsborough and Pinellas, Dan, where you would go over to Illinois. There's some cities over there that you do business with, and some advertisers and things like that. But they were in a different time zone. Indiana's in the Eastern time zone, and Illinois is in the Central time zone. So you'd have to always. 103 PFR. I'll be over at Larry's Liquors, 7 o'clock. Illinois time, 8 o'clock Indiana time. So
annoying, isn't it?
Oh, it sucks.
So now that's those two towns in Florida that have different time zones that are next to each other, separated by a bridge, and they hate each other. They absolutely hate each other. Yeah. And now you know what the eastern part of Ukraine feels like. It's just like a part of a country that doesn't really. We got it here in Florida. Pensacola is like eastern Ukraine.
Yeah, but here's the deal. Were you talking about like Hillsborough and Pinellas?
No, I was talking about if you go across I-10 when the time changes, those two towns that touch each other hate each other's guts.
But think about this. Because I've lived in both. I lived I lived from 1992 to 2018. So what's that put me at? 1992 to 2000.
26 years.
I lived 26 years in Pinellas County and didn't move over here, until I lost my home, and after I paid all the liens and all the bad stuff on my home, I had a $1.4 million home that I sold. And had it paid down and everything.
Yes.
I took home $31,000.
Kicked ass.
No, I'm talking about I should have brought home $1 million.
I know, you got completely hosed.
But so anyway, living over there, it is a complete different, because you lived there. Mm-hmm. You lived there.
Grew up there.
You grew up there.
Yeah.
You didn't live in Hillsborough County till after either you were visiting your father or you came back from college.
Yep.
And then, but it's two different ways of life over there.
Completely.
It's like, it really is.
I grew up there and I hate going back there.
I know.
Do you feel like time slows down?
Yes. It's horrible.
It's slow. Everything in St. Pete's slow.
Traffic is slow. Everything
is slow.
I don't know. I kind of miss it.
Oh, really? You like the slow? Well, you like Indiana, though. See, I'd stab my eyes out if I was stuck in Indiana for more than 4 hours.
My eyes out. What if they came
Torture.
What if they came to you and said, Dan, the Indianapolis
Colts?
No.
Drafted me? I'm playing basketball.
I'm going to try to make it a little bit more realistic. I think Methodist Hospital, or they got, all hospitals now, because my sister is in the hospital business, staffing, all hospitals now are being gobbled up by nonprofits. And you know that. Like Advent and all these are all
big hospital corporations.
Big hospital.
Are they nonprofit though?
Yes.
I think they're profit.
No.
Advent's nonprofit.
It's.
So they get better taxes.
Yeah.
So everyone makes money except the corporation.
Yeah. Yep.
They make so little money, the corporation, that hospitals are constantly building $20 million additions.
My sister was telling me though that in hospitals the margins are razor thin. like razor thin because everything's so expensive that if you get hosed on a bill or something anyway, so make a long story short, supposedly like when you got a nonprofit, Dan, you can't make profit, right?
Right.
So that they really pay the doctors and things like that exceptionally well because they can't have a whole bunch of money left over. So they make sure like the doctor, like the administrators,
right,
and they
get the big money,
right.
The people that aren't saving lives, the people that are like got erasers and pencils.
I'm just telling you right now. Let's say as your kids are growing up, when your kids grow up and go to college, then you have a little less tether into your home, into your,
totally agree.
Yeah, like so,
totally agree.
Like there came a point where Arlene had to like come to the grips where all three of my boys are gone. My life is going to drastically change now. Right? I mean, like,
Correct.
I don't really have to mother them anymore. I'm an empty nester now. And so you can, at that point, do things and make changes that you couldn't regularly do because you got kids.
Right. Just look at Steve and Krista, having sex on the auto train, going all over the country, all over the world. They were in France.
Rebuilding their house,
all kinds of stuff. They got all kinds of free time.
I don't think they could have. I don't think the house that they live in now, although it's just unbelievable. It's much smaller, and I don't think having a family of 4, I think they'd be on top of each other. Don't you think?
Way more than they were back in the day. Yes.
Way more than one they lived at your house.
Right.
I mean, you can have. I mean, literally, you can have your own floor at your house, and then the place across the street was big. That's like 3,500. And so they couldn't, but as
there's different floors, so you can hide.
Right.
And
exactly.
one floor ranch, you can't really hide.
No. So anyway, what I'm trying to say is, I know you said Indiana sucks, and it does. It sucks.
You suck. It just would suck to live there.
But I'm telling you right now. So let's say one of the big hospital conglomerates comes to you and says, Dr. Dan, we have heard and done our due diligence, and I know that you probably got 10 years left of practice. We want you to come in and be the head of plastic surgery, and we'll pay you $5 million a year.
I'm buying a snowsuit jacket.
You're buying a condo in Indianapolis, bitch.
Yep,
I'm telling you right now.
I'm buy me an F-150 all jacked up.
Yeah, exactly.
Get me a Skag mower to drive around in.
You got to understand the cost of living is not that bad.
Oh, I know. I'd be king for $5 million a year there.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, dude! I'd go to the Piggly Wiggly, buy the whole store.
You can buy Jim Irsay, the former owner of the Colts. It stayed in the Irsay family, but he died. He just died at like 80.
Yes, he did.
And his house is it's the most expensive house in all of Indianapolis.
That's $350,000.
No, it's $12 million.
Oh,
is it the one in
hold
Carmel?
on. Yeah, the one in Carmel. It's $12 million, but it would be $35 million down here.
Yeah.
I mean, it literally has. I mean, I think it's. I don't know. You might be able to find Jim Irsay's house. It's right next to Crooked Creek Country Club, but it's the most expensive house.
I sent you an article on it.
Yeah, and if you're making $5 million a year, Dan, I think you can qualify for that $12 million home.
Oh yeah.
I'm thinking.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Did you send
I'm
it
making
to?
$5 million a year. I'll buy a $12 million house.
Yeah. Did you see this? What Dave Meltzer wrote? And our click today is, what is it, Lummy? Bubba Vindicated?
Bubba is vindicated.
There was this thing that came. There was Bubba is vindicated. Listen, guys, a lot of people are like, hey, I'm tired of you talking about Hogan and everything. But, it's what people are watching.
It's actually topical for it's really topical right now.
It's very topical. He's only been dead, what? Did he die last? Was it? No, it's been a week, and it'll be 2 weeks on Thursday. And today, Tuesday, August 5th, is the day that the all the wrestlers are coming in town today. Today is and it's private. You can't go, but today is the final funeral. The family had their funeral last Thursday. Now, Dan, do you think that in the middle of after we watched after we looked at the death certificate and all that kind of deal. Do you think that maybe the family on last Thursday may have seen it? Was it an open? Do you think it might have been an open casket for the family?
If he died of a heart attack and he was talking the day before, then it should be an open casket. There's no reason for it not to be. He probably looks pretty good without the tan. They can always paint that on.
So, do you think today, because it looked like the cremation report went down on Friday of last week?
That's when he got cremated?
I don't know. That's when the report came in. I don't know.
We have no idea. He may not even have been cremated.
Well, he may still.
He may be on ice.
Which is not too late for an autopsy.
No, would not be.
When they embalm you, that
ruins the autopsy because they fill your body with formaldehyde, essentially.
So then at that point, you can't do toxology.
No, it's not valid.
You can't. But I mean, with him.
But if you're just sitting there, it's valid.
Yeah, but you know that he's almost 2 weeks old now. He'd be pretty ripe.
Yeah, it's all right. They put him in. They don't leave him outside in the heat. They put him in the fridge. So it'd be like a hamburger from Burger King from 2 weeks ago. You could eat it. You don't want to eat it, but you could eat it.
So anyway, it'll be interesting to see because I'm sure reports will come out whether today's an open casket or they've already cremated him. Cremating him goes right along the lines of what we were speculating yesterday because, and Lummy, I got to tell you, somebody who knows a little bit about algorithms and things like that I was talking to yesterday, very knowledgeable.
Yes.
And he said that on the comment section on our Facebook and our YouTube, that when people are, like, Bubba's a whack job, he needs to let this guy rest in peace, that we should engage them because if you engage them, that chances are they're going to engage you again, right?
Yeah, the more comments.
And then did you know that more comments build up algorithms?
Yes.
So get in a fight with everybody on every social media platform, Bubba. I want you fighting with the whole world.
Well, I don't want just me. I want Gary and Lummy, and maybe we should give Dan a login. And don't fight them, but just, couple times on, let me give you an example.
You can't say, hey, dickless.
No, No. You just got to be like.
You got Masturbator up in Jacksonville, or Panama City.
We'll get to him momentarily. But what I'm saying is, when somebody says, "Hey, you're searching for clicks. You're trying to let this man die in peace." I just come back and be like, you know what? Sorry for trying to think outside the box, and maybe, just maybe, there might have been some shady business here because all indications are this did not go conventionally.
And by the way, rest in peace. That guy was the cause of a lot of your demise over the last 10 years. And so, despite getting a hefty payday, never reached out back to you, never lifted a pinky to help you. In fact, embarrassed, ignored, and defiled you the entire time. So I don't know why you even shed a tear over this one.
Well,
I mean, I know there was years in the past where you guys were all buddy and changing the locker room together. But right now, I don't know how you'd have any sad feelings of the way that what's gone down for the last 12 years.
And the documentary that's coming out, people that have seen it are like, man, you're way easy on him. But you got to understand, when I shot the documentary, he was alive. And he is absolutely, positively, without a doubt, one of the most litigious people I know. And you know that, Dan. He is a sewer. Mm-hmm. And he will take your ass to court, and he's got a lot of money. And that's scary. And so with the documentary, I played it down the middle. I was regretful and remorseful. I probably would have, maybe shot it a little differently. Had I knew that it wasn't going to be with us. And, if I was to be totally honest, I was totally honest on the documentary. It's just that I didn't grab.
You were tiptoeing.
I tiptoed.
Right. You were tiptoed. Now you'd stomp your feet.
Yeah.
Because you have no culpability. You have no exposure.
Right.
He's dead.
So anyway, Lummy, so I'm telling you and Gary, which, by the way, I gotta address you and Gary. I'd like to talk to you. I would like to tell both of you guys I'm sorry. I was having a bad day yesterday. Things weren't getting done the way that I visioned them. I thought I'd made it clear on what I wanted, and it didn't get done that way. I don't know if I hope you didn't show Gary, or did I group text you guys?
No, our texts were separate.
Yeah, I don't know if Gary could. I think you can handle me. I think you can handle a mad Bubba better than Gary can. And you handled me perfectly. But I do apologize to, I reverted back to kind of old Bubba where I was flipping out over some stuff. Things inevitably ended up great. By the way, I was right, too. But Gary, I apologize. I didn't mean to upset you. I don't want to change the way we do things. Just yesterday happened to be something I thought was time sensitive with regards to a short versus a long. And I thought yesterday would have been a day that we kind of changed up the format where we usually go long and then splice up some shorts. I thought we would reverse engineer it yesterday due to just how, salacious and, I thought timely that a short could have been by noon, but we weren't on the same page and I went crazy. So I hope Gary accepts my apology. Lummy, I apologize to you as well.
Oh, thank you.
I hope your wife didn't see any of that. And if she did, I apologize to her because she probably hates me too because I was throwing F-bombs and.
Oh, no, she didn't see it. I think she was already annoyed with everything, so.
Me?
No, me and everything else.
Because I
Is she annoyed with you a lot?
I gotta think that when I flip out,
Yes.
then that causes you to be on edge, which might cause your which it just probably is crap rolls downhill, and you probably are a handful at home because your fat ass boss is giving you a hard time. So you're doing the best that you can to juggle me and Gary. And I'm putting an extensive amount of pressure on you to get things done. So as a man and your boss, which I don't ever play the boss card, I apologize for being a little heavy-handed yesterday to both you and Gary.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
And things ended up, we got them done, and the shorts are outperforming the longs.
Yes.
And they're both good pieces. So thank you, Gary. And, let me make sure Gary, I know he probably texted you. Hopefully he's listening, and please, let me know if he accepts my apology. Because, like Rhett, for instance, if I would apologize to Rhett, he would just hold it against me forever. And, and tell me that, the Undertaker runs the locker room and try to make me look stupid.
So, Bubba, I have a question. If you're acting like that, and Lummy knows you're acting like that, and knows that you're acting in a way that's going to elicit an apology the next day, can he bow back up to you, or has he just got to take it at the time?
I don't expect an apology, Dr. Dan.
Well, no, he.
I mean, can he say, "Hey, Bubba, come on, you're being a dick. Come on, please stop." He can't say that to you.
No.
Okay.
You can just say, Bubba, let's burn a timeout. There was some miscommunication here.
Is that the way to do it? Burn a timeout? There's got to be a safe word.
Not a dick. Don't call me a dick.
Yeah.
Just say, hey, Bubba, you know what?
Don't get me in trouble.
You know what? Lummy, he.
Lummy's nice.
Hold on, sir. I don't know who this is. I need to put you back on hold. Lummy, poor thing. Lummy will just say, God bless his little soul. Lummy will just say, hey, it's my fault, even though it's not, to try to diffuse it. And Lummy is just a really good guy. Like, he's a really good employee and a really good dude.
And a nice person in general.
Salt of the earth. And you know what, Lummy? I don't think I was being unreasonable.
No.
I knew what I wanted done, and it just wasn't getting done. And I was getting frustrated. And I'm on. You guys understand what I'm going through right now, which I probably should try to do during the weekend, not during the week.
Your life cleanse.
I'm trying to do a life cleanse. I'm trying to, and of which, Dan, I would like to get on a parasite cleanse.
Okay. I've been getting a lot of calls on that.
You ought to offer that as a service and do a little markup on it.
Yeah.
I mean, you do so much for nothing. You should offer like a cleanse and for $99. Plus medication, but just something, that $100, that's worth Jennifer's time. At least she's the one writing the scripts. I'm just saying, or at least calling them in.
I actually had to handwrite 2 scripts yesterday.
Yeah,
it
so
hurt got cramped the whole 9 yards.
You know, we could do like, hey, listen, if you want to do a parasite cleanse, you know, Dr. Dan. I mean, listen. I don't know what the price point on the deal would be, but I mean, I got to think that you might get. When you said that you did one, and I know that the medications involved that you can easily get them because of Davis Island Pharmacy, I was kind of like, ooh, I might want to do that because
I think everybody should
I've been
once a
seeing
year.
more. I've been seeing more and more things online about people that have parasites, and a couple of the things: diarrhea, abnormal looking stool, and really smelly stool is some of the some of this, you know, why you might have it, or some of the telltale. And I have that. I've been having some abnormal stools. I don't have nice, long, you know, deer brown. Like I haven't had one. I have like green explosions, and I might have a parasite in my head too.
You could. You know, the other thing is sometimes you can
I have
take
one in my
Flagyl and they'll take care of things too.
Well, I don't want Flagyl. I want the Dr. Dan concoction.
No, I'm talking about for like a colon sort of like reset.
I
You want to do a
understand.
colon cleanse on them?
No.
I don't want to cleanse it. I just want to reset the
Why
flora.
can't I do the Dandiaco parasite cleanse?
Because I'm saving that for other people, Bubba. Of course you can.
Oh, okay. All right. So Lummy, listen. I apologize to you, my friend. I apologize to Ashley. I don't know if she's probably not up and listening to this, but God, look at Caitlin Lockaby. Look, I mean, Dan, tell me, I can't believe how beautiful she is.
Yeah, she looks good. She looks fun,
Am
too.
I the only one?
She looks good. After a
Am I-
couple
am I-
vodka, cranberries, or a couple margaritas,
Am I
she
the
looks
only
like she's
one
a
that
lot
just
of fun.
thinks that she's just absolutely gorgeous?
No, she's very pretty.
And I'm not usually into blondes. I usually am not.
No, you're not.
She's
Hello,
not Sydney Sweeney.
hello. Who's this?
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, did you see the Brock Lesnar thing? WWE in some hot water with the press. What do you think about that?
The Brock Lesnar thing, WWE's in hot water. I didn't quite hear the last part of your conversation.
Lesnar came back on Sunday, and there's a lot of bad press around it because the whole Janelle Grant, Vince McMahon lawsuit thing he was caught up in.
But I also read that he was cleared in that whole litigation or in that whole legal posturing or that civil lawsuit, I should say. I heard that one of the reasons that TKO, who is the parent company of WWE, one of the reasons why they fast-tracked him back was that he had been cleared. His participation in it had been cleared.
I thought so, too, and I'm a big Lesnar fan, but I saw Janelle Grant's team came out with a statement yesterday basically trashing Brock and saying there's 40 pages on him or something like that.
Okay, well, I mean, just because a guy's getting sued civilly, and obviously there's two sides of the story, and I don't want to get into that because it's a sexual misconduct deal, and I don't want to call a woman a liar. But this, has not ran itself through the court system yet. We don't know what the outcome's gonna be. We don't know necessarily if all of her claims are true. It's again, it's trickulating through the legal process is a very slow process. I don't know if he's been deposed. I don't know where that stands. It's not him individually. It's him as part of the Vince lawsuit. So,
yeah.
TKO may say, hey, listen, just because a guy's, is in a civil lawsuit doesn't mean we can't use him. He's a huge draw, probably the biggest, probably him, Roman Reigns, Rock, Roman Reigns, Brock Lesnar, maybe CM. I mean,
Cena.
he's Cena. Obviously Brock is top 5 in draws, maybe number 1.
Easy.
So, and I saw the first night of SummerSlam, which my only criticism was I thought that the CM Punk Gunther thing went about 10 minutes too long. I mean, like, how many false finishes are you going to do? And I knew exactly.
And it was like 80% Punk just getting his ass kicked. I mean, it was a long.
And that always, if you know anything about wrestling, that always shows you. Anytime the baby is getting his ass kicked all match long, he's going to win because they're establishing.
Oh yeah, I've been watching wrestling since '96.
I will tell you, the Paul Heyman Money in the Bank run-in, I thought was brilliant. I thought it was absolutely brilliant.
Apparently, Seth worked the locker room on that one. That's what I was reading. That only like 4 or 5 guys didn't know he wasn't actually hurt.
Yeah, I mean, I just thought it was. I thought it was a brilliant ending. Here I am looking at my watch. It's looking at the clock. It's 9:15. CM Punk and Gunther, they're going home. I know that the pay-per-view lasted till 9:30, so I'm like, I think CM Punk, got the 1, 2, 3 count about 17 after. So I'm looking at and I'm like, how are they gonna milk this out to 9:30? And then boom, here comes Heyman with Seth Rollins, and it was brilliant. I less them going about 10 minutes because they were starting to lose the crowd. 30-minute matches are tough. 30-minute matches are really tough. And listen, you got 2 great workers in CM Punk and Gunther, so they can go 30. And I think that I think Triple H kind of gave him creative control to because they're both obviously very much established veterans. But I think it went a tad too long. I didn't see night 2. I heard night 2 was unbelievable.
Was that when Jelly Roll was getting the belt?
No, Jelly Roll wrestled. Listen, you know what though? Here's the thing. I've been that guy.
He took it seriously.
I got to tell you, I was actually one of the very first people to be a non-wrestler to participate in wrestling, and it was as a radio promotion for them to sell tickets. And I would be the dark match in Jacksonville. I'd be the dark match in Orlando. I'd be the dark match in Tampa. And I'd always wrestle the Texas Hangman. But we'd sell 3, 4, 5,000 extra tickets. So I wrestled. I wrestled WWE, WWF. WCW.
But those guys are mean to outsiders, aren't they? Sometimes, and like Andy Kaufman was.
Not when you roll up with Hogan.
Oh. That gave you protection.
Yeah, pretty much. But
you get a stapler in the head.
No, So I always went over. But I gotta tell you, Jelly Roll did a great job, and of course the business isn't gonna let a guy like that go over on a guy like he was wrestling the Paul kid.
He ate the pin to Paul. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, they made Jelly Roll look strong. He looked like he knew he was doing. He took it seriously. He trained.
Took that table spot real good.
It took the table spot real good. Of course, he had Randy Orton there, one of the greatest workers of all times. That actually was one of the better matches of the night.
Definitely. You got Orton in there, and he's a worker.
Yeah, I mean Orton. If you're with Orton, he's going to take care of you and make everything look so good. But but the business again protected itself. It didn't let. Listen, there's not going to be another Karl Malone or David Arquette or any of these outsiders get the strap. They're always going to protect the strap. And just when you thought Jelly Roll might win it. Paul comes and gets him clean 1, 2, 3. It was great. It was a great match. It's a great match, and Jelly Roll did a great job for that. For the one off. For the one off that it was, he did a great job. I didn't see night 2, but I guess it was unbelievable.
Yeah, the Cena match also went about 40 minutes, and then they had the Brock come out afterwards. That was Cody ate of Cena's finishes.
I'd love to be able to play some of that, but they have their stuff so locked down. A lot of times we can play stuff with no volume and we won't get a copyright strike, but the WWE has their stuff so locked down that, Lummy, you can't even play we couldn't play 2 seconds of it without getting a copyright strike.
Exactly.
So
quickly. Listen,
I appreciate you. I don't know what you called about originally, but did I answer your...
I called about that. I just wanted to say thanks, Bubba. I've been listening since like 2008 and glad that you're kind of making a little comeback here. So
we are kind of making a little comeback, and listen, I got this somebody, some new, I think some wrestling deal or some fight page. I don't know what it's from, Lummy, the video I'm going to play.
Fight Cage, I think it is.
Yeah, they did a like a 27-minute piece, and it's really long, so I went and picked out the high spots, but basically saying that Nick Hogan, they interviewed Nick Hogan, or they talked to Nick Hogan, and Nick Hogan threw Bischoff, Sky, and Jimmy Hart all under the bus and all of Hogan's close friends that kayfabed his health, he threw them all under the bus, and they actually mentioned me, that I was the only guy that would risk his reputation and go on the air and said what I did. And it's very, very much somewhat vindicating me. And I don't necessarily need vindicated, but I've taken a lot of heat for the stance that I took on Hulk Hogan when I was, some of my stuff was off. You can't get 100 when you're dealing with when I've infiltrated his inner circle like I did. Some of my stuff was off, but at the end of the day, about 90% of my stuff was dead on, and it went down the way I said it did. And now we have this. I mean, I got a doctor here, and Dr. Dan, and he's like, procedurally, that's probably not the way his death investigation should have gone.
It was investigated. It was just like it was just labeled.
Pencil whipped. It was pencil whipped.
It was pencil whipped. Exactly.
I mean,
that's no investigation.
Yeah. So appreciate.
And again, healthy guy talking, walking, getting ready to have a comeback.
Start
don't
dialysis.
Call it a comeback, but it's and then also he just drops dead. It's bizarre, man. It's bizarre.
And so anyway, sir, appreciate you, appreciate us. And
thank you, man.
You have a good one, man. Appreciate you. Well, phone line's blowed up. I mean, I got to go to words.
Yes, we do.
Got so many things going on. I don't want to get as late as I was yesterday. Hello.
Hi, this is Tom out of Wisconsin.
What part of Wisconsin, my friend?
Milwaukee. I called last week. I had that same surgery Hogan had.
Go, Pat, go!
I used to live off of Blue Mound Road in Milwaukee.
Oh, that ain't far. That ain't far.
Over in Brookfield.
Yeah, nice area now.
Yeah, and then drove the WLUM Hot 102 was in the Mayfair Mall. Is it still around?
Oh, no. Mayfair Mall is still there. That's one of the few actual malls still standing.
Yeah, that's where our studios were, in the mall upstairs.
Right on. Yeah, I remember those days.
Yeah, so what do you got going on, bud?
So, I had that same surgery Hulk had.
Okay.
And after finding out that he had leukemia and heart problems, did his doctor really have a good idea of his health before they went ahead and did this massive surgery?
They
don't do it.
I got a doctor here that's scratching his head on the report that came back and procedurally how they handled things. I don't know, man.
Yeah, they shouldn't have even done that surgery on his neck. Not if he's got a port in him and he's going for kidney dialysis, leukemia, he's got a heart problem. They should have been thinking about other stuff first.
Kenneth Kendall, Lummy, $50 in the PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bub Army.
I don't think he had kidney failure before his surgery, and he may have had a little bit of a setback during his surgery, and the CLL is something you can live with for 15 years.
And here's the deal,
man.
And here's the
just
thing.
Everything about it.
Well, here's the thing.
Where are you from?
He's from
Wisconsin.
He's from Milwaukee.
It seems like he has a little Canadian twang.
It's
to him.
close, Wisconsin.
Milwaukee has that. Milwaukee,
they say about in Wisconsin.
They're like, yeah, I hate her. Yeah, I hate her. See the Brewers last night, eh? Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty far up north.
Yeah. All right, my man. Listen. Here's the thing. Hogan did it to himself. His original neck surgery went pretty well. And they didn't start getting complications until he went and overdid it and was out and about. What did your doctor, that same surgery that you had, and what did they tell you with regards to traveling across the country and doing meet and greets and standing on your feet for 3 and 4 hours at a time? What did they tell you your downtime needed to be with that procedure?
My downtime was 3 weeks.
Exactly.
I was not allowed to leave the house, and if I did leave the house, I wore a neck brace.
Right.
I never saw Hogan in a neck brace.
Not once.
And he was out of the house in 48 hours. He did it to himself. He did something that caused, like Dan said, one of those screws to snap, or the bone marrow cement, whatever gimmick that they throw in there. Something
got loose.
Something went awry. Then that's when he stayed in bed like you did and been not active and wore his neck brace for 3 weeks, he probably would be here with us today.
And we'll never know because they didn't do any autopsy.
And they didn't do an autopsy. Not only did they not do an autopsy, the medical examiner didn't even do it. Like, I mean, that's the guy.
This is the guy that
is it fundamentally that's the medical examiner's job?
You would think that he would do the death certificate, not the primary care doctor.
I mean,
it's
Dan,
weird.
Dan,
It's bizarre. The whole thing's weird.
If I'm doing some shady stuff, Dan, and I don't want people necessarily to know how I died, is anybody going to let you, as my primary physician, do the sign off on the way I died, or are they going to have probably somebody else look at your work?
Absolutely will be a double checked by somebody else.
Yeah.
There's no way I'm signing your death certificate and just putting,
heart attack.
hemochromatosis, obesity, and he died of cardiovascular complications.
And a broken heart.
And a broken heart, yeah.
This was everybody's hero back in the day. This is really sad.
It is. And listen, I appreciate your call, Wisconsin. I got to get going.
You know how they weigh all your organs?
No, well,
in an autopsy?
No, they're supposed to, aren't they?
What's part of an autopsy? Is like, the heart's 400 grams, the brain is 800 grams.
Yeah, I mean, like, here's the
penis is 1,500 grams.
Well, that's yours. I don't claim to have a large penis.
3-pound penis.
I have some longevity, but I mean, not length, but as far as I
temporal longevity,
I can go a while.
Of course.
I'm so gimmicked up.
And a tongue from heaven.
Oh, I got a tie. And let's not forget, Lummy, if you go to or if you actually Google two-fingered cul-de-sac Jones, I am credited for a sexual fingering technique that make women ejaculate.
That's right.
I mean, that's right there on the internet, and everything on the internet's the truth.
Pressure.
But here's the deal, Dan. If your primary doctor is saying kidney dialysis,
yes,
then I want to look at the kidney.
Yep.
If they're saying...
And the blood vessel's going to the kidney.
Yeah, and I want to look... If they're saying leukemia, I want to do a blood panel.
Mm-hmm.
If they're saying a heart attack with valve gimmick, I want to look at the heart, right? I want to look at the heart. If they're saying COPD, and they're saying... all the things that they're saying...
Right, well, look at the lungs. Exactly. See if they're wet, weigh them.
I want to look at everything that doctor that did the investigation, I want to... he's laid it all out for you, so you don't have to go on a fish-finding expedition.
No.
He's laid it all out for you.
I know.
So now just go and check what he put down.
Right.
Oh, you know what? Here's the heart. Yes, it's 1/3 bigger than it's supposed to be, and I can see,
his head is twice the size of a normal human.
Oh, my God. His head's like the size of a 16-pound bowling ball.
Was that all from all the steroids?
No, well...
he was a big guy, though. So sometimes big guys have big heads.
Yeah,
but remember Barry Bonds?
Yes, Barry Bonds
Barry
started...
Bonds' head's got big.
Barry Bonds started the league, I was told, at a 7 1/4 head size. And by the time he was done with the Giants, he was up to like a 7 3/4 to an 8.
Oh, no, he was 8. He was 8 because... thank God for him, because I'm an 8, and
You're an 8. Hold on, you're an 8. You're an 8 natural.
Yeah,
no steroids.
Exactly. I think they.
Can you imagine if you would
have
have gotten on steroids? How much of a machine you would have? See, Lummy, you screwed it up. You should have got on the Dynaball back in the day.
Exactly.
I would have known you.
Be big and bald.
I would have been your 8. Who cares? You would have made. You would have made $10 million a year as a left side tackle.
Raising testicles.
Let me.
Yes, exactly. Little tiny balls.
Little
tiny little pellets.
Hello, who's this?
Hey, Bubba, it's Joe the Supermarket. I got Section 12 last night.
What's that mean? I don't know what that means.
I guess it's a Massachusetts thing. That's when they take you against your will and because they think you're going to harm yourself
Baker
or whatever.
Act. It's like a Baker Act, Bubba.
So if they Baker acted you, how are you able to call me?
Obviously, I really didn't think I was going to have devices, but they allowed me to have devices. I wasn't able to bring much of anything else with me, unfortunately.
So hold on, Joe. Let's see if we can backtrack this a little bit. You have been in a assisted living facility now for what, 3-4 years?
Almost 2 years.
2 years, and that's because you are. They can't fit. You don't. I don't think you have health insurance, and so you're kind of. Are you a ward of the state?
Oh no, I have health insurance.
Oh, okay.
And that's what's paying for me to stay there, and that's what pays for all my medication and whatnot. But I have been begging for the entire 2 years to get some ivermectin to kill this parasite that's inside of me.
And they won't listen to it. And they think that you're Johnny Conspiracy. I got a parasite inside of me, and so that's why they Baker acted you because after 2 years, they're like, listen, this guy does not have a parasite. I'm sick of hearing it. Let's go throw him in the funny farm for 72 hours and see if that'll make him shut up.
No, the real reason is the physician's assistant was in my room a couple weeks ago, and every time she comes in, she stops in like once a month, and she's like, "What can I do for you?" And I'm like, "Ivermectin, 0.4 milligrams per kilogram. Let's get it, please. 5 days. What's it going to do?"
He does know the gimmick, doesn't he?
It does, exactly.
Yeah, and so you tell him that, and then she writes it down.
Nope, she tells me no every single time because they're stuck in the world where ivermectin bad. Same thing with the doctor. They don't do any new research. I asked them, please, can you just do the research on it? They say,
nope.
The only way I'm going to get ivermectin is if I go to the hospital. Well, I don't want to go to the hospital because it's just very inconvenient. So the last time I just kicked her out of my room, so she's got heat with me. And then yesterday I met with the mental health Willie, and I said, hey, this 0.5 of Klonopin isn't working anymore. I've been on it for too long. It's not doing nothing. I accidentally got a milligram one night, and I slept like a baby, so can we double it? He goes, yeah, no problem. I said, you're going to have to get that through the physician's assistant, are you? He goes, yeah. I don't think she's going to sign off on it. So at 5 o'clock, I found out not only is she not going to sign off on doubling it, she's going to take it out completely. And then my nurse came in an hour later and gave me the good news. Yeah, the ambulance is on their way. They're coming to take you, and they wouldn't tell me anything.
But Joe, why?
Wait. You're saying that because you got into a little tissy fit with your PA, with your primary care physician
over ivermectin,
that she said that you're a harm to yourself and Baker acted you?
Yep. So what happened was the mental health doctor came in last night, and she says they said that I threatened to throw poop at them, which I never did. I would never do that.
Only monkeys do that.
They said I threatened to off myself, that I didn't want to live anymore. I would never. I love Jesus Christ. I want to go to heaven. Why would I risk that?
You should say, I can't off myself. I'd miss a Bubba show. Jesus God. What are you guys thinking?
They don't even get to know. So apparently what happened is the nurses and the PA and all these people that hate me there,
they got together and they zombie-dodged you right out of the gimmick.
Yep. So now the end of the discussion last night with the mental health doctor here, she said that she has to call the guy that I talked to yesterday about doubling the Klonopin.
Now, hold on. But Joe, hold on. After a mental health specialist would spend 5 minutes with you, they're going to be able to tell that you are pretty sound-minded. I mean, you're all, you're irritating, but I can see where you would maybe drive them crazy, but you're not suicidal. You're not in any way, shape, or form should be Baker acted. They're just screwing with you because they can.
Yep. And now I don't even know if they're going to let me back there, and that's where all my Bubba Army merch is, right there in my room in the nursing home.
Well, they got to let
I got my tackle bag with me.
They got to let you get your stuff. They just can't kick you out of a facility and throw your stuff in the dumpster. I don't, Dan. You'd be more familiar with that than I am, but I don't think they can do that.
I mean, you're not an illegal alien.
They wouldn't let me. They wouldn't let me bring nothing last night. I mean, I had to struggle just to bring my bananas.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Joe.
Who travels with bananas?
Joe does. Inside of his tactical bag, his Bubba Army tactical bag.
Bananas? It's like bad luck.
So listen, Joe. Keep us posted. It's early in the week. Are they saying that you're going to get out probably by Thursday?
My nurse last night said the longest they can hold me is 72 hours, but I might be out in 36. But even then, the doctor last night says that they don't even know if they're going to let me back into that facility.
I don't think they can. I mean, Dan, if a guy is bedridden and they've kicked you out for being crazy and they've determined at the crazy farm that you're not crazy, I got to think there might be some laws that they're breaking, to not have you can't put a guy that needs health care on the streets, can they?
Well, you would think not, and every state's different, Bubba, so it's hard to say what the rules are.
Especially in Massachusetts, where just, where Missy Beefcake's from. Jesus. Talk about a bitch that needs Baker acted, please. All right, Joe, listen, quickly.
I got to tell you, I just got to tell you a quick 30, 20 seconds, 10 seconds. I sent Lummy a video of Brock Lesnar coming out at the SummerSlam.
Can't play
and
it.
The pyro, no, it's a fan cam. The pyro accidentally blows off and goes right into the crowd. If you watch it, it's 10 seconds. If you watch it'll blow your mind.
Anybody get hurt?
Nobody got hurt. It's amazing. I mean, you see that fire go down, man.
I jump right in front of that pyro, get second-degree willies, and own that place.
Color. You know it.
All right,
Thank
man.
you, guys.
Good talking to you.
God bless.
When I come back, Lummy, Dave Meltzer, who writes for the Wrestling Observer, which is like the number one. God, it's been around since like the 70s.
Yes.
Back before the internet, and when wrestlers wanted to know like who was doing what in what territory, and you know the backstage drama and what have you. It's always been called the kayfabe sheet. I think he wrote in his column last night, kind of somewhat of a vindication for me. Now that's not what I'm relying on when the headline of my show says Bubba is vindicated. I found this video yesterday that was sent to me that almost looks like I wrote it, and it's a Bubba propaganda piece. It almost looks like me and Dan sit down and said, Dan, let's try to creatively write a Bubba propaganda piece while using Nick Hogan. It's pretty
almost like an order to an AI.
Like Lummy, it's pretty strong.
Yes.
Nick goes on and says that, Sky, Eric Bischoff, Jimmy Hart, and all the investors conspired to keep Hogan's health, not to be honest about it, and to keep him down and to keep the public uninformed. And the only person that risked his reputable, reputation, I guess I don't have a very reputable reputation, but to risk sounding like a clown was Bubba the Love Sponge. And this didn't come from me.
That's great.
And so we're going to be playing that, Lummy. I might get into it maybe next, because I think we'll still be in the big box, right?
We should be, yes.
Hopefully. Hopefully we can buzz through these commercials. We'll be back in 5 minutes and 20 seconds. I'm gonna read Meltzer's thing, and then I'll play it, okay?
Sounds good.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Okay, let me gotta find that piece, which I got right here. Dan.
Yes, sir.
Wait till you fucking this. Just wait till you see this.
What's up, Kenny Powers, Grumpy Old Biker, Jay Tiz. Cornbread, Don Hamdorf.
Dawn!
Dirt Merchant, $10. Thank you, Dirt Merchant.
That's my fucking girl, Dawn. She helped me out she really helped me out one time, Dan.
Really?
Well, I had these fucking mangroves that were, that little pond beside my place, my Tierra Verde place.
Uh-huh.
Well, I had these fucking these mangroves that were protective, or some kind of bull. No,
yeah, pepper trees.
No, they were cattail pepper trees, and you can't cut them down. Like, you just gotta let them grow all over your shit and fucking make you your bitch, and it just really fucking, they're really evasive, and but you can get a permit with Swift Mud if you know the right agents, the right person to direct your letter to.
Right.
You can get a letter from Swift Mud saying that you can remove them once a year. But nobody knows that. So Dawn, who worked for some kind of, I think maybe that corporation, she got me the letter, how to say it, who to send it to. So sure enough, I have Tom the Tree Man. I got my letter. I got Tom the Tree Man out there fucking, taking these things and not just cutting them, but pulling the roots out, He's in waders, clear up to his waist, pulling with gloves, pulling these things out. I got them all piled up. Sure enough, fucking St. Pete Code Enforcement comes up, knocks on my door, says, "Sir, we have a problem. This is a $5,000 fine. You in a potential criminal deal." And I said, "Sir, just hold on." Got my fucking paperwork, showed it to him, and he said, I won't be coming back to here because you got a 5-year permit.
Wow.
And it was all because of Dawn. Thank you, Dawn.
What's up, FJ Bar, Mark Jones? Grumpy old biker. Curly Hall Dan fan. Tampa Terry. Pedro Clevelander.
Sure, probably a bunch there, Cash.
Blummel's divorce lawyer.
I couldn't find a bunch of cash in your... The Orioles were beaten by the Phillies yesterday. The final score was...
Oh, the Phillies on fire. That guy, Duran, fucking throws 104, 103.
You could hit him, Dr. Dan.
Huh?
I said you could hit him.
No one can hit him. Everyone was watching balls go flying by him. No one could do shit on him. We got that little skinny blonde guy. He keeps getting picked off.
Yeah.
What's his name? Our big reliever. Our ninth inning Willie.
Yeah.
Parma Fairbanks. Yeah, disappointing. What's up, Ghost Profiles Pass, Beach Metal, Tampa Terry, Group Lips, Chub It Up, Snook, Samson, I gonna go you the police. Fuck you. I love saying it. Duck God Zolt. Max. The Wolf.
Shit, I better find that fucking article.
Yinzer.
You needed me to send it again?
No, I got it, I think.
Duck God.
Yeah, here we go. All right, so I'm gonna read the Meltzer
Nick.
thing, okay?
That was good.
Dutch Duke.
Okay.
Uncle Weston.
And then what?
Bye.
We're already past that.
TK. Kit.
Good morning, Berto.
I like to know the average weight of people critical of Sydney Sweeney.
Pedro's on line one.
Yeah, like, why the fuck are they critical of her?
Beyonce could do it, and she could make a sexy Jean ad. No one fucks with her.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Big E went in there and bought us like a YouTube premium deal, and so when I play videos off of YouTube, because of Big E,
yes,
I won't get to commercials and stuff because I was just getting jacked by him yesterday.
Yeah, they were killing us.
So thank you, Big E. Have you heard from Gary Cantrell? Are we still lovers?
Yeah, he said he sent you a text message.
Oh, okay. I haven't checked my text messages, but I will here in a minute. So Dave Meltzer, in the August 4th, which was yesterday, Wrestling Observer, wrote the following. Brooke Bolea, who has been estranged from both of her parents of late, did bring up a heart valve surgery, which she indicated took place some time back, at which point she indicated knowing that surgery was only buying him time. As time has gone on, it's very clear that statement by those close to him, including Jimmy Hart, Eric Bischoff, were attempts to downplay the story, and that the Bubba the Love Sponge stories were the closest of anybody in the public to being accurate. Others who knew him and medical professionals who were at the hospital detailed more information, as was noted to us from someone who worked with him. The situation wasn't as bad as Bubba was saying, but was far worse than anybody involved was saying. A mutual contact contract saw him in, a mutual that says contract here, Lummy. You can look at it and see that I'm not illiterate. Can you see? Yes. It says a mutual contract. You meant to say contact. Saw him in March at his home as Netflix was filming for his documentary. So things are coming out that make me look more and more less crazy. I don't want to say right, because people think that I'm pounding my chest, but at the end of the day, I was literally the only person that was giving you any type of doom and gloom. This is not good. This is going to end up badly.
Yeah, and then he dies. I mean, it's amazing that you were saying how bad he is, and it was like, no, and he's dead suddenly.
And then he died.
I mean, it was worse than you even said.
And then even within that, his death just couldn't be clean in the middle. He died. No. Medical examiner checked out the physician, then did an autopsy, blood panel, weighed his heart, weighed his kidneys, verified that he was, had a port for dialysis. There was traces of leukemia. All of what his physician, everything he said was founded. That would just be a standard medical report, let alone an autopsy. I mean, the autopsy, I think Dan's taken it to another level, but they didn't even take it to level A, let alone go to B. I guess they should have ended up at C. Level A is his physician, which we got. Level B would have been the medical examiner going through his notes, and then level C would have been as I think a spokesperson for Clearwater said, a $5,000 to $6,000 autopsy would have been a burden on the Clearwater taxpayers. Okay. Then the family would pay for it.
Yeah, they had money. It's stupid. It's so bizarre.
And now, I guess we'll know today, because today at 5:00 is his funeral for the wrestlers, the people his friends and wrestlers. I guess, the probably information will come out as to whether it's an urn, it's a picture, or it's a closed casket, or a open casket. Now, Dan,
are they gonna have to do like a piano case to fit him because he's so big?
I don't know. So this came out yesterday, and it's labeled, and I want everybody to pay attention, because I don't think I could have written this any more better. Hulk Hogan's son snitches on his siblings and leaks new footage. Now, let me just play this, and it's quite lengthy. It's 24 minutes long, but I've broke it into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 segments. I don't play. I skip through a bunch of it.
Yeah.
They get into the sex tape, and they make a mistake and say that Bubba the Love Sponge was the one that contacted Keith Davidson. There's a bunch of errors in here, so I only play what I need to play to talk about me talking about his condition and supposedly what Nick. Now, I'm assuming the way this is positioned, it seems like Nick talked to these people.
It seems like that. They don't touch on anything, Nick, though.
But here's the thing. The Graziano thing isn't in there. This is why I think Nick's behind it. The Graziano thing isn't in there. The DUI isn't in there. The jailhouse calls are not in there.
Will you work on that reality deal?
Yep.
For me and get that thing lined up so the minute I walk out of wherever I walk out of, it's there. Boom.
Guy's in jail, Dan, for 4 months for making his passenger a vegetable, and he's talking to his dad while in jail, and he's more worried about a reality show. And when talking about the guy that's laid up as a vegetable, Lummy, if I did this to a guy, if I did this to you, and I'm talking to Erica or even let's say Dan's coming to visit me, I'm like, man, is Lummy okay? Is Lummy gonna be okay? And Dan be like, no, he's a vegetable. Man, that is just I don't know if I'll ever be able to live with myself. He was such a I loved that guy. He was my best because John Graziano was Nick Hogan's best friend.
Dude, the Hogans have a really bad history with their best friends. I mean, he made his best friend a vegetable. Hogan ruined your professional career. I mean, these guys are dicks to the best friends.
No,
you don't want to be a Hogan best friend.
No, you don't.
Get AF'd on the backside.
Here's what so here's a guy that's a vegetable. And will need lifelong care. And I think Hogan wrote a $7 or $8 million check to the family to make it go away civilly. But Dan, I got to think if a guy is 30 years old or however they were only, I think they were like 20.
I think he was 22 at the time.
Yeah, I think I think he might have been underage.
They were young.
I thought he was a little older.
20 and he was 19 or something
I think
like that.
Nick was 19 and maybe Graziano was 21.
21, yeah.
I mean, so you got a 21-year-old kid that's going to need lifelong health care as a vegetable. Dan, I got to think that might eat up all $7 million if the guy lives to be 60 or 70 years old.
Dude, that'll eat up $7 million in 4 or 5 years.
Right.
He was 22 at the time.
Who was?
John Graziano.
And how old was Nick?
19.
19.
Shouldn't even been drinking.
19. And if he had alcohol in his system.
Oh no, it says he was 17.
Oh yeah, okay, there you go.
It's 2007. Oh, okay, and he was 19 when the trial happened.
17 when he wrapped it around the tree.
Yes.
You know about what I did, don't you, Dan?
Sure do. Don't need to be talked about, but again, nice payback.
I need to get a hold of Kevin and see, like, if I actually would if I would talk about that. Like,
well, you could get in trouble from a liability standpoint. The question is it criminal? And at that point, it was so long ago. I mean, I think the statutes are gone.
I mean, I'm going to talk to actually, a criminal.
I would get advice from him.
I'm going to, because
But you could probably talk about it.
I probably could. Which just shows you even more how dirty I got dealt.
Well, I don't know what type of person John was or what he did to get himself in this situation. I know he was pretty aggressive and used to yell at people and used to do stuff. But for some reason, man, God laid some heavy on that kid, man. I don't know what he was into.
John was a negative person.
He was what?
He was a negative person.
Well, now he's definitely negative.
Will you work on
What a
that
dick thing to say about
reality
someone
deal?
you just crippled.
Yeah.
To call him a negative person, dude. He was your friend, dude.
Best.
You traveled with him all over the place.
And he was a Marine, and he was your best friend. This would be like me paralyzing Larry Plummer for the rest of his life, and I'm talking to my sister in jail, and I only got 4 months out of the whole deal. And I'm like, yeah, Larry was pretty dark and pretty negative. I know what kind of stuff God laid on Larry.
I mean, they knew they were being recorded, right?
Yeah, idiots. I don't know.
Will you work on that reality deal?
Yep.
For me and get that thing lined up so the minute I walk out of wherever I walk out of, it's there. Boom.
Can you do it while you're on probation?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you want to do it Pink Snickers or you want to do it with someone else?
I want to do it where I'll...
And Pink Snickers was the company that produced Hogan Knows Best. But Hogan had this production company with Jason Hervey and Eric Bischoff, and Hogan wanted to do it with that production company because then they'd have ownership. Listen. Oh, damn it.
Will you work on that
I'm so sorry.
Will you work on that reality deal?
I won't stop it. I won't stop it again.
Get that thing lined up so the minute I walk out of wherever I walk out of, it's there. Boom.
Can you do it while you're on probation?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Dude, Bubba.
Hold on.
You want to do it Pink Snickers or you want to do it with someone else?
I want to do it where I'll make the most money.
Well, then you need to do it with me, Jason, and Eric.
Okay.
You know if I'm producing the show, I won't screw you. You know that.
Yeah, of course.
I'll get you everything. I'll make you an owner.
Yeah.
You own the show.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let me get to work on that with Eric tonight. He's here too.
Okay, cool.
So, dude, we can get that pulled off, dude.
Reality. You guys.
The new Nick. We call it the new Nick or something. or something. We'll have to come up with a good name. Think of a good name.
I'll be thinking of a good name.
It'll
be reality, how I'm getting back on my feet and how I'm recovering after this celebrity out of jail.
You were going to say
Bubba,
something.
if you had gotten in a car accident because you were pilled up or drinking and you crippled Larry Plummer and you talked like that afterwards, I'd slap you myself.
I know. You'd get a visitation just come in there and beat me up.
What the hell is your problem, dude?
You'd send Rob Kahn in there.
Uh-huh.
All right, so here we go. I want everybody to watch this.
Offensive.
I want everybody to watch this. This blew my mind yesterday. I'm like, what? Somebody's actually saying it like it is? Now that, we're nearly 2 weeks after Hogan, people are now starting to realize that I wasn't a nut job and I'm not some scorned guy that Hogan did dirty and had sex with my wife and I recorded it and it's all my fault and I made a bunch of money off the deal and...
Oh, just so people know, Graziano only got $1.5 million after legal fees.
Oh man,
dude, that won't pay for a year or two.
Here we go. You ready? You guys ready? Dan, I want you to, I want your opinion on this.
When you found out just how bad he was, what were you thinking?
It didn't even seem real.
Nick Hogan isn't mourning in silence. In the days following Hulk Hogan's death, he began dropping quiet but damning hints about the person who betrayed his father behind closed doors. And now, he's finally naming names, starting with someone no one expected. Let's break it down. Nick Hogan breaks his silence. The wrestling world thought they knew everything about Hulk Hogan's life, his rise to superstardom, his controversial scandals, and his tumultuous family relationships. But on July 24th, 2025, when the unthinkable happened and the Hulkster passed away at age 71, a shocking truth began to emerge through the heartbroken words of his own son. What Nick Hogan revealed in his emotional tribute wouldn't just honor his father's memory, it would expose a web of betrayals so devastating that they ultimately contributed to the wrestling legend's isolated and tragic death.
If you knew the dad I knew, you'd know he raised me well. He taught me folks are so much more than shades could ever tell.
These words, originally posted by his sister Brooke during an earlier scandal, took on new meaning as Nick honored their father's memory while acknowledging the complex legacy he left behind. Nick Hogan posted 20 heartbreaking photos on Instagram, which weren't just a son's tribute to his father. Hidden within that emotional message were clues that revealed the devastating reality of Hulk Hogan's final years, a reality that had been carefully concealed from the world by those who claimed to love him most. Nick's statement about spending time with his father in his final years after moving back to Florida specifically to be closer to him wasn't just about family bonding. It was a desperate attempt by a loyal son to protect his father from the wolves circling around him. What Nick witnessed during those final years would horrify any child, watching helplessly as the people his father trusted most systematically betrayed him, isolated him, and ultimately contributed to his lonely death.
So hold on, I'm going to move on here. So, I mean, you can see that they're setting it up for... the people that, well, at the end of the day, the people that we called out. I never thought in a million years Nick Hogan would call these people out.
No.
Betrayals were just the beginning. Nick also had a front row seat to witness how his father's ex-wife Linda continued to torment him, even years after their bitter divorce. In March 2025, just months before Hogan's death, Linda posted emotional videos on social media calling him a sex addict and complete liar, renewing accusations of abuse and infidelity that had plagued their relationship for decades.
I gave that man everything. I gave him everything that I had. I was honest. I was a good wife. I was truthful. I never cheated on him. My kids to this day are still reeling that they can't get their feet back on planet Earth.
I saw her roundhouse Brooke no less than 3 times.
Ooh.
I saw her when we go to Outback.
When you say roundhouse, Bubba,
slap. I'm talking about slap.
I'm thinking like she spins around and kicks her.
No, I'm talking about like a complete bitch slap across the face like you see in the movies.
Wow.
I'm talking about we're at Outback and Brooke has one. They have bread there, and Hogan would slice the bread up. Brooke would have one piece of bread. Linda would take it out of her mouth and said, "You're getting fat. You're getting fat."
She didn't have a mirror?
I can't get my life back on track either. I don't know. What am I supposed to do?
Hogan used to call her Big Thick. That was her name, Big Thick.
Yeah. Big
Start
drunk
over
thick.
now. I'm 57, and I don't I don't know where I fit in this world anymore.
Linda's public attacks weren't just about settling old scores. They were calculated attempts to destroy whatever remained of Hogan's reputation and legacy. For Nick, watching his father endure these public humiliations while battling serious health issues must have been unbearable. The pattern of betrayal that Nick witnessed extended far beyond family drama. He saw how people who claimed to be his father's friends and business associates were more interested in protecting their own interests than in being honest about Hogan's deteriorating condition. This became painfully obvious during his father's final months, when a conspiracy of silence surrounded the wrestling legend's rapidly declining health. In May 2025...
And Dan, this is exactly what we were saying the entire time.
Yep,
this is exactly what we were saying.
Sure is.
Hogan underwent major spinal fusion surgery that was far more serious than anyone publicly acknowledged. The complications from this surgery included issues with his vocal cords, breathing difficulties.
Hold on. Let me check.
Check.
I'm talking about things that we talked about, Dan. Check.
And the need for feeding tubes.
Did I not say a feeding tube?
Yes, you did.
All details that were carefully hidden from the public. Nick was there through it all, watching his father suffer while those around him maintained the fiction that everything was fine. He saw how his father's current wife, Sky Daly,
throw Sky under the bus, Lummy,
longtime friend Jimmy Hart, and business associate Eric Bischoff all participated in a coordinated effort to downplay the severity of Hogan's condition. The most heartbreaking betrayal that Nick witnessed wasn't committed by an enemy or a stranger. It was committed by the very people who were supposed to be caring for his father in his final days. While one man, someone with a complicated and troubled history with Hogan, was desperately trying to warn the world about the wrestling legend's true condition, those closest to him were actively working to silence those warnings. Bubba the Love Sponge, despite his own past betrayals of Hogan, began making urgent claims in mid-June 2025.
And Lummy, they said they were trying to silence me. But I'm the only guy.
About Hogan's deteriorating health. He claimed Hogan was in ICU, on a ventilator, in a medically induced coma, and might not make it based on what he described as...
Hold on. I think might not making it kind of worked out too, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
Reliable sources. But instead of acknowledging the truth of these warnings, Hogan's inner circle launched a coordinated campaign to discredit them. His representative told TMZ the deathbed rumors were bogus and untrue. Sky Daly posted on Instagram, "No, he's definitely not in a coma. His heart is strong and there was never any lack of oxygen or brain damage. None of those rumors are true." Jimmy Hart claimed Hogan was doing great, doing phenomenal, and had been at karaoke. For Nick, watching this orchestrated deception must have been agonizing. He knew the truth about his father's condition, but he was watching the people who claimed to love Hogan prioritize image management over honesty. They were denying him the dignity of an honest farewell and preventing fans, friends, and fellow wrestlers from offering their support during his final battle.
Do you know how, if they would have taken my position and been honest, how big the industry, how they would have wrapped their arms around him and came and said their goodbyes, and much like Dan, your father deteriorated rapidly, but you all were able to go and say your goodbyes.
Yeah, even Derek Brooks and the Glaziers.
Yeah, exactly.
And, he was
some very, very, very influential people were able to come see your father, kiss him on the forehead, and say goodbye.
Yes,
because you were honest.
Mm-hmm.
You were saying, "Oh, my dad's good, man. He's
fine.
Operating today."
Oh, funeral's next week.
Ultimate betrayal came on July 24th, 2025, when the lies could no longer be maintained. Hulk Hogan suffered cardiac arrest at his home in Clearwater Beach, Florida, and died at Morton Plant Hospital at 11:17 a.m. Post-death reports revealed the devastating truth that had been hidden from the public. Hogan had been suffering from renal failure, fluid overload, severe COPD, had been intubated, and had been moved home because nothing more could be done. The wrestling community was shocked when they learned the truth about what had been hidden from them.
And then they get into Mick Foley. Mick Foley saying, "I missed him. I can't believe it happened." So let me just fast forward. Here we go.
Released an official statement saying, "It is with a heavy heart and deep sadness that we confirm we have lost a legend." But the damage was done. The wrestling world had been denied the opportunity to properly say goodbye to one of their greatest heroes because of a conspiracy of silence orchestrated by those who claimed to love him most.
I mean, is this not exactly...
It's exactly what you're saying.
They even named me. They even name me. Then it gets into the Jesse Ventura trying to start a union. Then it gets into the sex tape, and it is not that factual about the sex tape. And then it picks it up from here.
his final days. But the most tragic betrayal of all came in Hogan's final months, when those who claimed to love him chose to prioritize his image over his well-being.
Hold on, let me play that again for you. Let me just play that for you
Profound.
one more time. Let me just play it for you one more time.
Been there in his final days. But the most tragic betrayal of all came in Hogan's final months, when those who claimed to love him chose to prioritize his image over his well-being. As Nick watched his father's health rapidly deteriorate following major spinal surgery in May 2025, he also witnessed an orchestrated campaign of deception designed to hide the truth from the world. For Nick Hogan, the vindication of Bubba's warnings must have been bittersweet. The man who had once betrayed his father so completely had ultimately been the only one willing to risk his reputation to tell the truth about Hogan's condition.
Like Brad Pitt, doesn't it?
Can I play that one more time, Lummy?
I think so.
I
think you have to.
Can I just play that one more time and we be done with it?
Designed to
I like to get maybe get that clip.
hide the truth from the world. For Nick Hogan, the vindication of Bubba's warnings must have been bittersweet. The man who had once betrayed his father so completely had ultimately been the only one willing to risk his reputation to tell the truth about Hogan's condition.
So it goes on and on a little bit, and it interviews some people, a couple African-American people and some various other people, how shocking it was. But that's the piece, Lummy, that we saw yesterday and we played during the Uncensored show. Wow. It goes right along the lines of what Dave Meltzer from The Observer says, and it goes right along the lines as to what really happened.
Yes.
You know, Eric Bischoff, his wife, Sky Daly? Sky Daly. Whatever the hell her name is.
Yeah.
Jimmy Hart, Brian Blair, Missy Beefcake, everybody kayfabed it so that they, you know, the beer brand, the wrestling brand, the memorabilia stores, the bar, the restaurant, everybody had a dog in a fight, you know, had some type of financial, you know, the wrestling company's worth X when Hogan's alive and can be there, and it's worth, you know, Y when it's not. Dan, didn't that turn out awesome?
Yeah, it's incredible, Bubba. I never thought about that.
Could have been any more like.
No, it was vindicating, but I just realized that the WWE is worth less now. The whole industry is worth less now without Hogan.
Well, I mean,
objectively, it has to be.
No, he was not. He was a non-factor.
Really?
Yeah, he was a non-factor. He really was. You know, if you're a Hogan fan, you're going to go buy the T-shirt. You're going to swing by the bar. You're going to buy his beer. But, you know, the 118,000 people that attended SummerSlam over the 2 days, none of which would not have come had Hogan been alive or dead. The industry's moved on. His image is tainted. I had probably a little something to do with that. But this is the most fair thing that I've seen to date. When I returned, did you see where now, if this female police officer can't get some D on a Monday night or whenever the hell she couldn't get D.
I think it was over the weekend.
She's pretty attractive. I mean, she's pretty hot for a cop.
Can we move to Houston instead of Indiana?
I don't know. She's like this
$5 million.
This girl's in a lot of trouble though, because she said, because I didn't get cracked last night. That's what I guess she called getting laid. Everybody is getting a ticket. So because she didn't get laid, she stupidly on her Instagram put that. Now, I think she's in big trouble.
Yeah, they're checking her out.
We'll do that next.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Oh, I sent you a picture.
A picture of her?
I sent you a picture. I'm looking up her, but I sent you a picture of Jimmy and Nick and his wife at SummerSlam.
Oh yeah, they're front row.
You don't think 5% devaluing them being dead? You don't think really?
No, they own. They have already cut a deal with him with regards to being able to use all of his old footage and shit. So that's nothing but a contract that they have to continue to honor to be able to play all of his old archives and stuff. So
They're merchant.
I mean, that's all the value he is to them, and they have agreements in place for that. So that's my opinion.
Some people are saying that Nick probably didn't have anything to do with it. That was an AI video, but
Oh, you know what? Then AI is smarter than I thought.
AI likes you. AI knows you were right.
Exactly.
What's her name?
It's going to be interesting to see who all shows up today. Wrestle. You know, like the
Do you
Cena.
think the news will be out there?
Oh fuck yeah! The news will be out there.
And I know he's sick. Do you think? Oh fuck! What's his name? Shit. No, Kevin Nash will probably be there.
Nash will be there, yeah. Mick Foley will be there. Cena will probably be there.
Probably not Brian Knobs.
Yeah, he'll try to get there.
He's not doing well.
Hey, Pippi Longstroker, thank you. Snick Slayer. For all you people on Rumble that might be first-time Willies out of the 5,300, can you please give us a follow? Because the next plateau is 11,000, which is pretty fucking cool. We'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Pedro the Pool Guy's on line one.
Who?
Pedro the Pool Guy.
Okay, how's he doing?
He needs to talk to Dr. Dan. He said, I think he got some bad news. Jennifer. Yes. Fuck you. Yeah, Ric Flair's gonna show up, Andrew. You're still holding him in the hospital.
Greg the Hammer will be there. Brian Blair will be there.
The Briscoe brothers.
Briscoe brothers will be there. I don't know if fucking Ed Leslie's gonna be there or not.
Missing Beefcake will try to get in.
Yeah, she will with those fucking baboon ass lips. That she's trying to position me as being racist because a white guy is calling a white girl that she's got baboon ass lips. And I'm racist.
She's not bright.
Try it again, Missy. You masshole.
What's up, Bubba's triple chin? I don't know. Grumpy old biker.
Alright, so that's the cop story. Here's the cop in the... I got 3 on hold. I'm only on break 2. I'm actually 30 minutes behind. There's Big Dan, Diaco. Hey, we can hear you fucking coming in today. Downshifted.
Oh, really? You good?
Did you got a bloody nose?
No, I was...
Oh, popping a pimple?
I had like something there. I didn't know what it was, and now it's bleeding.
Oh, that's great. Let's make a big... that I popped you in the nose for fucking... Yeah, we could... Was it your Lamborghini that you're driving today?
Yeah.
We can hear it. We can hear it.
I do that to say hi sometimes.
What's up, Jonathan?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Welcome, Panama City, 101.1 Florida Man Radio. If I could find the call-in number to our competition, 99 Rock in Fort Walton Beach. I got some jackass over there, Mastro Stroke, that has talked some smack about my fellow coworker. Put it all up on his Facebook, and I got, you know what, I got, not that I'm trying to be a rat or nothing, but I am I'm very protective of the people that believe in me, and John Cracchiola from JVC is at the very top of still believing in me and giving me opportunities, and so I am fiercely loyal for anything that he's involved with, mostly JVC. Loyal to Shannon. I'm loyal to Griffo. I'm loyal to anybody. I'm loyal. I haven't met the guy, Brian Rust. And I think even Matt Stone has seen the light. He still works for, I guess, in a music consultant type way. I guess Matt and I are going to bury the hatchet. And
that's nice.
I guess he's apologized for what he did to me. And, I don't need to keep harboring on it as I get older. Whatever. We're both, whatever. I need to direct my hate to the competition. And that's 99 Rock with this Mastro Stroke guy that does mornings over there. I don't know, though. I wish
Are you calling him?
I would love to call him,
Well,
but
why can't you?
I can't find the number.
Oh, really?
Lemmy's trying to find me the call-in.
Even Google can't find it? He's that famous?
I don't know. Or he's that much of a douche bag. Anyway, I got audio of him, Lemmy, talking now. I think the Mary Brenner is the president of Cumulus Broadcasting. Now, Cumulus Broadcasting is the company, the parent company that owns 99 Rock.
I did send you the call number, but it's busy.
Okay.
They probably got all busy.
They've probably busy them all.
Pussies.
Because I told Mastro Stroke, pick up the phone tomorrow, bitch. I'm calling. And so he's this little sawed off wearing sunglasses in all of his pictures. He does have some kind of little, I guess he has some little podcast that he feels is super successful. I've never heard of the dude. I've heard of most of the big time players in radio I'm now approaching as of April will be my 40th year in radio. And Lummy, I'm absolutely positively a legend. And I hate to be, too full of myself, but I am considered one of the original shock jocks.
Yes, you are.
Not that that's even cool anymore, but whatever. I'm very well known, and you are very much a nobody. And for you, and I got audio of him talking bad about the CEO of Cumulus Broadcasting, Mary Brenner is her name. And I mean, talks about how the company sucks and they can't get they can't get a vending machine and they can't get anything to work at the studios. And he was supposed to do Mary Brenner one time was doing an employee Zoom call where, she addressed anybody who wanted to get on the Zoom call. But I guess he was trying to record the audio for whatever reason. And she had some type of software that alerted her that somebody that's hooked on to the Zoom telecast was recording. And she turned, I guess she stopped the meeting. And he has since bragged that he was the guy that was trying to record her.
Oh.
Now, why in the hell would you do that? Mastro Stroke? How do you think that's going to work out when I make sure she gets that audio? And is there anybody over there managing? Is there we have legitimate managers here at JVC. If I had some type of recording device that John Cracchiola was doing a Zoom call and I was trying to catch him on don't talk about me in recording now. Let's call it Shannon Burke. I mean, come on, Mastro Stroke, you complete jobber. Anyway, take my phone call. Let's have a conversation from a guy that's been doing this for 40 years and made several mistakes. I've made a lot of mistakes in my career. And, I'm going to sit here and tell you I'm going to beat your ass. I'm 59 years old. I'm not beating anybody's ass, although I have seen you. You look like a pussy.
Dr. Dan could kick his ass.
No, I could kick his ass, too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But, he's a pussy. and he wants to talk tough, and he wants to get on his Facebook and talk bad about JVC management, and I'm not going to have that. And I'm just not gonna. And I guess he blocked me on Facebook. He's blocked everybody. I've been told that he may have taken the post down. So if I can get a number, I'm gonna try to call him, and I'm not gonna be adversarial. I'm gonna be like, hey, listen, Mastro, learn how to play the game, buddy. Learn how to play the game. Do a good show with you and Tamara, whatever the hell their name is. Do a good show. Play your 6 or 7 songs an hour. I know you can't be long form monologue talk like me. Not everybody can do that. Most rock stations make you play 8 to 9 songs an hour, and then you get little 3-4 minute speed breaks.
Is he good at the weather?
I don't know what the hell he's good at. He's good at talking crap on Facebook enough to piss me off and get involved. So if I can get that number, Lummy,
I'll send it to you.
Okay, I'll see if I can call. Hi, who's this? You're on the air. God, people, Lummy. Pedro, are you there?
Yo.
God, Pedro. You're a long-time caller. You know...
What's going on?
Pay attention. Pedro.
Sorry, I'm in the hospital today. Sorry, guys.
All right, I guess it's a pretty good excuse. What's going on? I know that you've been battling, God, all kinds of certain things, and to the point of, being somewhat touch and go. Pedro the Pool Guy, long-time Bubba Army. Is this a continuation of your existing problems? Pedro.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, yesterday I was having a really interesting day while working. I kept getting a lot of hallucinations in my left eye, like people were walking by. I had all kinds of crazy stuff in it.
Pedro, weren't you diagnosed with brain cancer?
Yeah, it's called the glioblastoma level 4 in my right near my occipital lobe.
Dan, can you break that? Hold on, Pedro. Can you break that down for me, Dan? What he just said.
The occipital lobe is in the back of your head, so it can cause visual disturbances and visual hallucinations, which it sounds like he's having.
All right, and you had surgery. You said in May.
Yeah, May 29th, had it removed. It was about the size of a lime. And yesterday I was all kind of dizzy and couldn't focus. Go ahead.
You had a size of a lime part of your brain removed?
Yes.
Man, Lummy, I got to think that my brain ain't much bigger than a lime.
Well, Bubba, they didn't remove the lime was the tumor, but imagine your brain plus a lime in your skull.
Oh, so I keep my original, and the lime just growed on there.
Arguably, yes.
All right, and so they took So
they took the lime and some healthy tissue, and there's no way they got all the tumor because you never get all the tumor.
So, what was their prognosis, Pedro the Pool Guy, when after surgery you're recuperating? It sounds like you're now. Have you been in the hospital the entire time, or you just got admitted based on these complications?
No, I've been doing chemo for the last 3 weeks. And the radiation has been really burning my scalp and been very uncomfortable. I was admitted last night because I couldn't focus. I couldn't see very well. I was dizzy as hell.
And so you admitted yourself.
Yeah. So I'm waiting to hear from docs. Had an MRI done, had CTs done, so trying to see if there's any growth and what lies ahead. I mean, once I had the surgery done, they gave me 12 to 15 months before I'm out of here. And I got too much to do, man. I can't stay around for only 15 months. I need a good 5-10 years, man. But it's been interesting.
Well, I mean, there doesn't sound like there's anything we can do. And, I always know that I'm thinking about you. And, there's nothing I can say other than I'm sorry. And I hope things... Dan, is this I don't mean to be Pedro, I apologize in advance for my crassness, but I have to. Is this a death sentence, Dan?
Oh, it's a death sentence, but it's not a good prognosis, and any kind of brain tumor is bad. So I hope these next few months go easily, and I hope you have some kind of remission. But it's a tough one, Bubba. It's like saying, I'm never going to get rained on again in Florida.
Right.
It's tough.
Pedro, I don't have words to say other than I'm on the verge of, being tearful for you. And I know how good a Bubba Army you are. I know your wife just went through some health issues. I know things are bad for you right now, but know that we love you. And, we're here for you. And there's nothing that we can, anything that we could potentially do, or even if it's just a friend to talk to, please know that we're thinking about you.
No, I appreciate it. Listen, Bubba Army's been reaching out. I appreciate every single one of you that messaged and emailed and texted. And I love you guys too. And I'm actually started looking to ivermectin and fenbendazole as an additional treatment option. We're trying to see if we can get it from South America, because I can't even get a doctor to prescribe it here using Dan's recommendation of 24 milligrams per kilogram.
Isn't it just absolutely criminal how the whomever have instantaneously made, just because ivermectin was successful in and being an alternative to COVID treatment, and very successful, a very high rate of success. And it's now been demonized to the point where, 10 years ago, they wouldn't think twice. You could have written 400 ivermectin prescriptions a day. They wouldn't have cared. Now, because it went against WHO guidelines, which all those assholes are on the take with Big Farm.
They are.
You know what? This is Big Farm. Big Farm is demonizing a drug that was won I think a Peace Prize, did it not? And
a Nobel Prize in medicine.
Won a Nobel Prize.
Because it was so important. It saved so many people.
From malaria.
No, it was more of from like river blindness and things like that.
Yeah, so
from
anyway,
parasites.
I mean, it's a great drug. And now they won't even prescribe it to you when it could potentially help you, because it's been demonized to be effective against the big bad boogeyman COVID. And that goes against Big Farm all day. Who makes it?
But Bubba, it got worse. It's generic now. But Bubba, it got even worse. Now they're saying not only does it help with COVID, it may help with cancer. Those pharmaceutical companies are essing themselves. They're crapping all over themselves because, like, oh my God, there's this $40 prescription is going to make some of my $40,000 treatments obsolete.
Right. $40 worth of ivermectin can do what $40,000 of radiation can do. We got to get this thing off the market immediately. Right?
It's disgusting, yes.
So anyway, Pedro.
So Dr. Dan.
Go ahead.
Dr. Dan, am I kind of correct in your evaluation as far as how much to use? I weigh 80 kilos. So
it would be 32 milligrams a day.
Correct?
It'd be 32 milligrams a day for a week. But if you're doing it for cancer, it's different dosage. I mean, the mebendazole you can get on like 100 milligrams twice a day. But for long-term ivermectin, you probably want to knock that dose down to about 24 milligrams or 25 milligrams a day. You don't need to do 0.4 if you're going to be taking it for more than 5 days. It does build up. Okay. It's got a really slow half-life. So that's the problem, because it's so taboo. And this was the problem. This is why, Big Pharma, in my opinion, murdered millions of people over the last 5 years.
Fauci.
Because when we started figuring out that hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin were effective against COVID and the novel, coronavirus, we didn't know how to dose it. And because if you even mentioned it, you got deplatformed. The spreading of the information of that A, it worked, and B, what kind of dosing should you use was restricted. And that's just sinful because, again, millions of people died, and a lot of them unnecessarily, because with a $30, $40 prescription, you could have licked the COVID. Less than all the tests that you did to keep checking your nose. It's okay to drop $40 in nasal swabs, but God forbid you spent $30 on the actual treatment. Yeah. And how much money did we spend on freaking masks? How much money did you spend on masks for COVID?
And hand gel.
And hand gel.
Probably over $100.
I mean, hundreds.
Yeah.
Hundreds.
Ridiculous.
Stupid.
Anyway, Pedro, we love you, my friend. Keep us posted.
So mebendazole, 100 milligrams twice a day. You can probably take that for a few weeks straight. And if you were taking ivermectin for your cancer, I'd probably knock that down to like the low 20s. But you could probably take that for 30 days.
Okay.
All right, bud.
And I heard there's a plastic surgeon
I'll
in
make you
Tampa that
change.
may be able to help you.
Okay. I appreciate you, Dr. Dan, so much.
Thank you, Pedro. We love you, buddy. We're hang in there. I mean, I know it's easy words for me to say, but I truly mean it. We love you. Hang in there.
Will do. Oh, and with my last order, you sent over a tack bag that I gave my 17-year-old. He's going in the Navy on the 25th, and he is so excited to take his tack bag with him to the Navy.
Well, great. Thank you for having him rep the Bubba Army, the U.S. military. We're big on veterans. Appreciate that, Pedro.
I know it.
See you later,
guys.
Bye-bye. Thanks. Lummy, phone lines blowed.
They are.
Straight blowed. Don't know.
Packed.
Hello, who's this?
Jam-packed.
I want to get some cigarettes.
Oh.
I get 2 packs of Lucky Strike.
Lucky Stripes.
This guy's trying to kill himself.
From Pedro to Lucky Stripes.
Two packs of Lucky Strike.
Lucky Strike.
It's my understanding, Dan. They're non-filtered. I think.
Well, that's straight to the grave.
Yeah, you're on the air, Johnny Lucky Strike. You're on the air.
Hey, give me a minute, man. I'm ordering something at the store.
Yeah, good.
Oh, yeah, that's on our dime.
Well, I'll give you a minute. I'll give you 3 hours. I mean, then you'll never hear from me again. Hello.
Hey, what's up, Bubba?
Yes.
Hey, Bubba, you there?
Yes, I am.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, Dr. Dan, Bentley, how you doing?
Good morning.
Bubba, it's Bentley.
All right, quickly.
Okay, yeah. So, well, first of all, I say that just also sparked a curiosity for me with Dr. Dan.
Do you got like a tube sock over the phone or something? I can barely.
No, all right. Yeah,
thank you,
Oh,
Benson.
there you go. There you go.
You're not the first person to say that. But hey, Dr. Dan, have you noticed this with people that smoke, right? So they smoke all their lives, and then they quit smoking, and then all of a sudden they get cancer. But the people that so when you quit, apparently in your 70s, does it do a shock to the system, and then all of a sudden they get cancer? Well, talk to me about that.
No. In fact, people that stop smoking after 10 years, their cancer rates are back to normal. So cancer was there and was growing, and it was from the history of smoking before that the cancers show up. Some people get sick after they quit smoking, though.
What? Say that again?
Some people get really sick after they quit smoking.
Yeah, but from what I've noticed, it's because I shouldn't probably tell too much about my life, but from what I've noticed, a lot of times, these people that they're in their 70s or 80s, and lots of people that all of a sudden they stop smoking, and then it's maybe it's a shock to the system, and then they end up getting cancer.
What's your question? What's your question, buddy?
Okay. Anyway.
Yeah.
Well. Okay. So
this isn't call up and let's chit chat. Okay. This is a radio show.
Yeah.
Trying to keep things moving along.
Yeah.
I just had a guy that had brain cancer. We feel sorry for him. That's a guy I like to talk to a long time.
And then you got Lucky Strike calling
Guy told me to hold on because he was getting 2 packs of Lucky Strike. Now you want to talk about how you quit smoking and are you going to get cancer?
No. It just sparked a curiosity, and you're fair enough. I hear you. Look, dude, for me to get up here at 4 a.m. to talk to you is half an ordeal, and I'm doing my best.
Then let's talk. Let's talk. What do you want? What do you want, buddy?
This is what I want to say. Okay, so my original thought was Gene's Justice. Okay, and Gene's Justice was going to be like these shorts, right? That
I don't need people that are 3 hours away from whatever time zone that may or may not be.
California.
Telling me about programming ideas that you may or may not have. Okay, buddy? Hopefully you continue to quit smoking. It's the healthy thing to do. I have packed phone lines of maybe some people that have some legitimate questions and not want to storyboard Gene Justice over the phone. But you have a great day. We do have show at BubbaArmyHQ.com. That is our general email. Love to hear from you. Go ahead.
Bensy.
I like my jeans.
Who's this, Lummy?
Oh, that was Bensy from California.
All right, so go ahead. Hello, you're on the air.
Hello?
Yes.
Bubba.
Yeah.
Hey, I had a question for Dr. Dan.
Yeah. This has turned into a goddamn medical show is what it's turned into. I'm out of here. I am out of here. This is not a medical show. Dan is
talk about getting cracked.
Dan is a doctor. He can answer some questions here and there. But we're not going to have, on-air physicals with Dr. Dan. I'm sorry.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Be back in about 6 months. One year less my show.
Steve was already like, Dan, if the storm's won't gone, lift the boat up and do this and do that.
What?
Steve was already with storm prep because of these fucking storms.
Oh, God.
He's going out of town. Steve was already with storm prep because of these fucking storms.
Oh.
People who wear bow ties should be taken out back and beaten.
Well,
Parody or is it?
What?
You watch it? Is it a parody? Or
No, I'm listening to this fucking guy's station.
yeah.
I'm listening to this 99X feed. See if he talks.
No, I hear it.
I don't think the fuckers ever talk. I can't even fucking see if I gotta pee. I gotta pee.
Good.
I can't.
Why?
I hear you. Yeah, we'll be. I totally hear you.
Let the man pee.
We'll just hold on, okay?
What are you talking about?
Let me gotta pee.
I was just trying to.
Well, go pee, Mommy.
I'm going.
He was talking to somebody.
Oh, I didn't want to get Bubba involved, Dr. Dan. Come on.
I'm sorry. I have to get Lummy diapers. Poor guy. What's up, Chris? Itches. Gee, I wouldn't be surprised. Song into song?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out.
Her daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
What's up, Radio 2782? Jesse, Caviar Tacos, Samson, Shoe, Skippy, Snook Slayer.
And it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Hey,
Skin Cunt.
It's got to be clean. It's got to be Tide Free and gentle.
What's up, Greg? Midnight Sun. Xerxes. I know, Biggie. We use it. No one even knows what a centimeter is. You're welcome, Mitch the Mark. What's up, Liz? 84. G Funky Bass. Taco 7. J-Fish 20.
All right. Dirt merchant. $2, thank you. Sorry,
Stiff. You're fine. Dude. I feel anything. Damn, even Lumia is getting stiffer. Damn. What helps with the liver? Stop drinking. Samson, easy. Thank you, Caviar.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I was talking about the Houston-based female police officer that woke up. By the way, the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, how are you? Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, at the Bubba Army. Certainly helps to keep us on the air. Also great stations like our newest affiliate, Lummi in Panama City, 1011, Florida Man Radio. Following me today at 9, Brian Rust. And then the great Shannon Burke later in the afternoon. So this woman here, she posted, and I think it's been since removed, she's actually quite attractive. And if she can't get any D, if she can't get any penis, and she's in a bad mood about it, that's on her. All she's got to walk down is to your local watering hole, or your local convenience store, or your local gas station, or anywhere where men hang out, and say, "Hey, I'm a cop, pretty hot. Don't want any attachment or relationship, or I might want your phone number if you give it to me good, but can you give me some D?" I mean, that for us men, that is absolutely like a fantasy come true.
Yeah, but she's probably pretty selective because she is cute, and maybe there ain't no guys. We're in Houston.
Okay,
you know
well,
what I'm saying?
I'm just
Maybe
saying.
everyone in Houston's got,
So she's horny and she's mad. A horny police officer in Houston, Texas, is under investigation after posting on social media about writing everyone a ticket because she didn't get any adult action the night before. Didn't get cracked. I kind of like her slang too. You know what I'm saying?
You like that? You gonna use it now?
Dent. D-I-N apostrophe T.
Yeah, dent.
Dent.
Which is awesome.
Dent. And it shows her, in her car, like at her computer, with her, like her bulletproof vest on and everything. She's pretty hot. This is this picture of her with her hair down. This is her, obviously, probably as female officers are probably, formatically within the SOP, may probably ask to wear their hair up if you have long hair, so people can't grab it if you get in a fight or something like that. So didn't get cracked last night, so everybody's getting a ticket. I like it. I like a little filthy mouth, little freak like that. Didn't get cracked. I got to tell you, man, the men of Houston are pretty stupid if they wouldn't want to crack that. I'll crack that. I'd crack that thing as much as she let me crack it. A viral video shows Harris County Constable Precinct 5 Deputy Jennifer Escalera sitting in. Now, let me. Does she have? Has she taken down her Instagram?
Yes, she has.
Okay, sitting in a squad car in her uniform with her nameplate visible. I guess that's her nameplate. Taking out a pen and writing on a notepad with an on-screen caption, "Didn't get cracked last night, so everybody's getting a ticket." Oh, damn, look at that picture.
Yeah.
Escalia shared the video on TikTok, and it went viral, and she's since now deleted it from her account.
Deleted her account.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, she's...
she deleted everything.
Much like, and I got to give him, if I call Mastro Stroke up, you know what I'm going to tell him?
What?
This is the new Bubba. This is the 40-year veteran Bubba. I'm going to say, Mastro Stroke, I'm your competition. We compete against each other I do mornings at 103.1 Florida Man Radio. You do mornings at 99 Rock with Tamra, whatever the hell. Good luck to you guys. But I see that you've taken your post about people that work for JVC down, and that was the right thing to do. Appreciate it. Let the best man win. Boom.
Send them some Bubba Army gear.
And give me your address on what shirt size you are. I'll send you Bubba Army swag. Harris County. Harris. Sometimes, Dan, taking the high road, I don't need to be all adversarial, all up in his. I'm going to say, listen, kid, you've been in the business 14 years. You should know better. Don't get heat with management across the street. That's nothing. And listen, I can tell you from experience, that's nothing but nothing going to cause you problems. You did the right thing. I wouldn't want to send that audio. You talking smack about Mary Brenner and how crappy the facilities are at Cumulus. You work for the second largest radio company in America. If you lose this job, you will not work in radio again. Hang on to this job. Be thankful you got one. Radio is quickly dwindling when it comes to talent. You happen to have, now granted, you can't do long form monologue spoken radio like me, because that's what everybody really wants to do. Everybody wants to have their own talk show. But most radio personalities got to play that, corporately shoved down your throat 8 to 9 high testing, rock records. Red Hot Chili Peppers, AC/DC, Metallica, Ozzy, all that nonsense.
But if he comes and starts poking you in the chest, you'll fight back, right?
Well, of course. Okay. I'm not going to sit here and just say, yeah, you're a fat ass, you're a has-been, you're a cheater. I'll be like, whoa. I was going to give you the benefit of the doubt. You really want to go there, brother. You really want to go there, because I was going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Harris County Constable, Precinct 5, Public Information Officer Jeff McShane tells TMZ that the female police officer is under investigation, and in the meantime, she's still on active duty.
Yes. Well, I mean, what did she really do that was...
She didn't do anything wrong.
Whoa.
What's this?
That's her getting out of bed?
Is this her getting out of bed?
Yeah, before she deleted her account.
Oh, okay. Oh. Maybe she ain't quite as sexy as I thought. Not necessarily. Listen, I'm a fat ass, but I'm not into thick chicks. Sorry, it's my preference.
That's why her pictures were chest up.
Yeah, I do all that too. I mean, I know all the tricks of the trade as well. You do chest up, Willie. I mean, they got me framed up real nice right now. So at this cop here in Jacksonville. Now, Dan, I know you always try to act like you're all that, and you're real tough and everything, and you are. I mean, you're pretty tough, I guess, but you're far more talented than tough. And I don't know necessarily, Dan, if you would be doing this. If there was a gator in your pool, I think you'd be calling Dumb and Dumber to get in there and get it. Watch this cop. Just watch it. Dan, again, you tell me if you would do this, because, Dan, I got to tell you right now, your brothers don't even let you use hedge clippers for in fear of the most valuable thing you own in your life are your hands. Am I right?
Yes, 100%.
Those are, if you don't have your hands, you cannot make well, I mean, if you were a lawyer, you could. But
it's hard to do surgery with one hand.
It's hard to do surgery with a mangled up hand.
Yep.
And gators are not good on hands.
No, they're not.
So this is just a regular police officer, just a regular badass sheriff from Jacksonville. Somebody calls the police and says, there's a gator in my pool. Johnny Badass comes out and gets it.
The small ones are feisty.
Oh yeah, those small ones are feisty and slippery.
I know. You're Superman. Not a lot of tape.
You go. Wow. Obviously, you grew up here.
I'm telling you right now, man, if that was a single woman, she'd be spreading.
Yeah. Well, I'll load them up in the back of my car. Okay. And I'll take them to a pond that doesn't have any residential. So thank you very much.
Look at the dad of the house was like, I was not touching that damn thing.
Put in the back of his car?
I know, you're mad.
Oh, he taped up the mouth.
I know. You're so angry.
I'd be afraid he'd poop and pee all over the back.
Oh, that's definitely happening.
Oh, yeah.
Gators suck.
They
I'd
sure
put a
do.
bullet in his head.
At least shot it in the right spot so you can get the skin.
What a badass. And then finally, this seems pretty paltry. This pretty hot chick right here. Clearwater PD pulls her over. They say she's DUI with a manslaughter kicker. She ran into a motorcyclist and ruined her life, incarcerated her. And then the city of... Now, Dan, is this what they call like that municipality immunity or something like that, where you can only sue a city for so much?
Right.
Look how attractive she is.
Mm-hmm.
Hannah Ray was charged with DUI manslaughter in 2022. The state dropped the charges a month later when her blood test came back clean. She then sued the city of Clearwater for wrongful arrest, and the lawsuit was settled last week for $50,000. The city has agreed on Friday to pay $50,000 to settle a wrongful arrest lawsuit against a Clearwater police officer and the police department spokesperson. Hannah Ray, age 31, was arrested by the police department on a DUI manslaughter charge, which, Dan, that's a pretty serious charge.
Oh, yeah.
In 2022, after a crash that killed the motorcyclist, when her blood results came back, there was no trace of alcohol or drugs in her system. The Pinellas Pasco County State Attorney dismissed the case. The motorcyclist was later found to have blood alcohol content 2 times over the legal limit, which the state law presumes impairment.
Right.
Ray sued the city of Clearwater and the officers in September for violating her civil rights and falsely arresting her. I think this case is worth far more than what we settled for, but that's what they're willing to offer. I think her lawyer kind of laid down on this, Dan.
Well, it doesn't make sense.
And this is body cam footage of them arresting her. Let me see here. Does it have any volume?
A lot of times they just mute it.
Yeah.
So there you go.
I mean, pretty damn hot, Danny.
Yeah, she doesn't look drunk.
No, doesn't look drunk. Looks like a school teacher. Ray considered to a field sobriety test, but was never breathalyzed. Her blood was drawn twice before being taken to jail. There was no trace of alcohol or drugs in her system. I would think that would be worth far more than $50,000. She even asked for a breathalyzer.
Yeah.
She asks, breathalyze me.
Why were they so convinced that she was drunk? That's what I don't understand. Why were they so convinced that she was drunk?
I don't know. Last month, Tampa judge partially dismissed the lawsuit, agreeing with an issue the city raised with one count in which Wadley argued that Ray suffered emotional damages when the agency posted her mugshot on social media and didn't remove it after the charges were dropped. Now hold on, that is if they put her mugshot on the general mugshot place where you can go look up mugshots after the charges were dismissed, I can see, Dan, where that could be emotional distress.
And you don't understand though, when you get a hot chick that gets a DUI, that mugshot goes viral. And it's viewed by tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people.
If not millions.
Sometimes millions.
I mean, you can go to hot. I think there's actually
there's
hotmugshots.com.
Mm-hmm.
The city said there were grounds to dismiss the case because the lawsuit didn't name a specific person reasonable for posting the mugshot. Oh, so the lawsuit didn't say Johnny Information Director posted the lawsuit, so you're not going to get as much money. Shaw posted Ray's mugshot on the agency's Twitter shortly after her arrest on December 2nd, 2022, with the caption, "Clearwater woman charged with DUI manslaughter after she causes crash that killed a motorcyclist." All of which, Dan, is not true.
That's
The post remained on the account 6 months. Man, J. Diaco would not lay down for $50K on this. He's going to trial. I like my chances with a woman that presents as well as she does, and them having called her a cold-blooded killer for 6 months on their Twitter page. Jeez. I like my chances in front of a jury, don't you, Dan?
That's not just posting her mugshot. That's posting her mugshot and saying that she was responsible for someone's death.
Calling her a killer.
Way worse.
Clearwater woman charged with DUI manslaughter after she causes crash that killed a motorcyclist. The post remained on the account 6 months after the Pinellas Pasco State Attorney's Office dismissed the case. The Clearwater Police Department videotaped the field sobriety exercises, and the video recordings show the plaintiff was not staggering, not stumbling, not swaying, demonstrating any loss of balance, or demonstrating any issues with her speech. Ray lawsuits reads, despite this, the plaintiff was placed in handcuffs and arrested. And let's not forget, Dan, it's also very evasive to draw an innocent person's blood.
Oh, yeah, but they have the right to do that if you refuse your breathalyzer.
Yeah, she asked for a breathalyzer.
I sent you the video of, like, it's a news story where it shows a little of her kind of test her sidewalk and walking toe to heel. And
did she nail it?
It looks like it, but they were saying she was swaying.
Everybody sways. Those tests are... Bubba, if you lean on your car during a DUI stop, that's a thing against you.
Right. And
they look at everything.
By the way, let me...
How you cross your arms.
I lean on my car.
Yeah, you're a leaner.
Yeah.
I'm a leaner.
What in the hell? Is this it right here?
No, well...
Let me go to words. We'll see if we can sort this out, okay?
Yeah.
All right.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Right there. She's from Indiana.
Did it happen in Indiana or happen in Florida?
It happened in Clearwater. She moved down here.
Hannah Ray.
ABC Action News reporter Annette Gutierrez had a conversation with her attorney who says authorities violated her Fourth Amendment rights. This lawsuit says she was arrested without probable cause for charges of DUI manslaughter, but about a month later, those charges were dropped. Now she and her attorney are looking to hold the city of Clearwater accountable.
You want police officers to do their job in an honest, truthful, neutral fashion. And unfortunately, in our culture, the only way that you can typically hold them accountable for that is by lawsuit.
Tom Wiley represents Hannah Ray, an
Sure.
Indiana woman who moved to
His office a kindergarten classroom?
What?
His office looked like a kindergarten classroom.
There's thumbs up.
So he did pass away. Yeah.
Just my actual perspective.
Airtight people. What's up, Airtight people? What's up, Nash?
Shortly after midnight on December 4th, 2022, Ray was involved in a crash where a motorcyclist died near Gulf Bay Boulevard and U.S. Highway 19.
Wow.
She was charged with DUI manslaughter. After reviewing the evidence and inconsistencies in the report, a judge dismissed the charges. The lawsuit claimed false arrest, emotional distress, and violations of her constitutional rights.
What's up,
According to
Sizak?
the arrest report, an officer said Ray made an improper left turn. But Ray said she was confused.
I feel like I slowed down because I was confused with the flow sign. Because, like, this is the way that I typically get home.
But Bradley claims there were no signs posted about detours.
You can't really tell that a left turn is prohibited until you make the turn.
Bradley says the arresting officer falsely described signs of impairment, like bloodshot, watery eyes. This photo was taken that night.
Our eyes are perfectly clear.
A medical report from that night shows Ray's blood test came back clean.
Fuck you.
Bubba's divorce lawyer, what's up?
What's up, Rob?
What's
Woody?
up, Jay Boy? How was the great outburst?
This one heel to toe, quite touching, and she swayed. Fuck off.
Let's see here. What's up, Bubba Army for life? Steve, the grumpy old man.
What's up, Bubba Army for life? HS Bubba fan 69. Jay Bowler. Fuck off.
All Rap 37 in the morning. Yeah, we gotta hear about a fucking tropical storm. Fucking thousands of miles off the coast. Macho's got his pants around his ankles, jerking it.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Phone lines have been absolutely blown up. I got to get into this DUI thing. We watched it. You know, it was the kind of attractive girl from Indiana. And she only got I think $50,000 from the city of Clearwater, and they posted her on their Twitter and said that she was killed a guy on a motorcycle, and after the state had dropped the charges, they continued to leave her mugshot on their Twitter page, on the Clearwater Police Twitter page. And Dan, I got to think that this thing is worth far more than $50,000.
I would think so. I mean, they accused her of killing somebody. It's a pretty obscene accusation.
Yeah, absolutely.
It turned out to be not true.
Bubba?
Absolutely. What?
There's somebody on the warm line that's claiming there's somebody. I don't know if you want to check the phone or. They're saying that Brooke.
Who?
Brooke? Brooke Hogan?
Brooke Hogan?
Yeah.
Brooke?
Hold on. What would she be calling me for? Listen, I just had like a hot flash come over me. I'm nervous.
I know the phones have been pretty busy, but I mean, it was a female. I can say that one.
Okay, hold on. My palms are sweaty. What's the Eminem song go? My palms are sweaty.
Feet.
Something.
The shirt stained with spaghetti.
I don't know.
You've been throwing up.
Hello. Is this Brooke?
Bubba?
Yes.
It's Brooke.
As in Brooke Teeny?
Yeah. Hi.
I don't even know what to say. I've not spoke to you since 2011, and I am afraid to where this could potentially go.
I'm not mad at you, Bubba. I'm not mad at you. I've been following you, and I've been watching everything that, you've been saying since you defended me with my mom. Somebody sent it to me, and it actually brought me to tears, kind of feeling like somebody had a voice for me. So I've been kind of following you now, and
for real?
And just, yeah, I'm just feeling...
Brooke, I don't even know what to say. I mean, there's so many things going through my head right now that I want to say that, and there's so many things to talk about, and there's just so many. And I thought.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to call you. I don't have your number anymore, so I literally called what was on the screen.
So, first of all, I want to tell you that I'm sorry for your for Terry, and second of all, I do remember about maybe 2 months ago. I think it was when your mom did her bat crap crazy thing, and it was all over the internet and it went viral. And I just gave my recollection of how I saw things growing up. I've known you, God, I think since maybe you were 7 or 8. Spent a lot of time with your family and saw a lot of things, and I talked about them that day. I didn't know that it got back to you.
Yeah, I think somebody sent it to Steve, and then Steve showed it to me, but that's not the reason why I'm calling. I've been watching, and you know, a lot of things about things with my dad have bothered me, you know, because a lot of people don't know. Sorry, I don't want to cry. A lot of people don't.
I feel like
really
I'm gonna cry because I always thought that you probably hated me for my involvement in what I did, and I always thought.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to talk to you. I want to tell you that I was down in my dad's gym I was down in my dad's gym with him back when they set up the sting operation at the Sand Pearl. And him and David Houston got wired up because somebody was going to try to extort them for the tape. And my dad told me that he knew it wasn't you that leaked the tape. And I've been watching you take the heat for it, and I've been hearing you, you know, say sorry. And I know that, you know, you have a guilty conscience, but my dad told me the real story, that, you know, it was your home files, you know, when you got divorced, that you ran down off your security footage thing when Heather had to get all of her stuff out of the house, and he said that somebody's, you know, one of your employees had it and that they took it from you, and he knew it wasn't you. I want to just apologize, because I know that I know it was not only devastating for me, obviously, because I was the butt of the joke in the tape, but I just watching you talk about everything, and you being however you got your sources being so right, and me being through 25 surgeries with him, and knowing that man's, you know, health like a roadmap, as I say. It just made, you know, I could tell that you cared, and I could tell that you were worried, and it pisses me off is that, you know, instead of his people around him telling the truth and being able to get people to pray for him and help him, even though I wasn't in contact with him for certain reasons, there are people, you know, around him that, you know, obviously I didn't want to tangle a-holes with, you know, when a moment like this happened, God forbid, and unfortunately it has.
My life, and not trying to take me out of the equation, but that sand, you can tell I'm a little verklempt here.
Yes, you are.
That Sand Pearl arrest sting happened in December of 12, and had your father, and I'm not, you know, he's dead, and I'm not trying to put any more on his plate, but my life would have been so much different. I wouldn't have lost my job. I wouldn't have, if he would have just let that be known. And it was the truth.
I know.
And I don't understand.
I know.
And so you're the only person that I've ever talked to that has stepped up and said, and I'm almost in tears of your generosity of offering me that information, because it totally.
I just can't watch you beat yourself up. I can't watch you beat yourself up, because for me, you were always my Uncle Bubba, and I know you're, you know, known as a shock jock and this and that, but I mean, just you were always so kind to us as children and so sweet to us and just had been in our lives so much. And it was devastating to lose you. And I remember talking to my dad down in the gym and being like, well, why can't it just be that you're being extorted by who's really extorting you, who's really trying to extort you? And, he kind of blew it off, whatever. But I didn't really, I didn't really understand all of it. I thought that there was a reason for everything. And I just don't want you to keep beating yourself up over that, because he told me he knew that it wasn't you.
And I tried to get in contact with him, and during the depositions for the Gawker deal, and you know what the office is. He's given me the office for me to make sure I say the right things so that, it can
He told me that. He told me that. I mean, I know that I just don't understand. There's a lot of things that I don't understand, and a lot of things being revealed to me now that he's gone. Some surprising, some disappointing. But yeah, when I think about it, had it just been the people that were really releasing it, the story could have been the same. The payoff could have been the same. All of it could have been the same. You just didn't have to take the hit. If anything, you did a job for him, and I appreciate you doing that for him. But I just don't want you to live. I just don't want you to live with the guilt. That's what is bothering me. So I just wanted to tell you that.
I don't even, Brookie, I don't even know. I'm a person that talks for a living, and I'm just absolutely, completely locked up. First of all, thank you so much for that information that whether it goes anywhere or not, it certainly makes me
that'll go somewhere.
It makes me, there's Jay. It makes me look less crazy, because everybody thinks that I'm just crazy as a loon and don't want to take a responsibility for my part. But nobody believes me. Nobody's ever believed me when I've reiterated what you said, and to know that Terry knew, because you said after the Sand Pearl he came back to the gym where you were at his house, and to know that he knew as early as December. Jay, you represented me during the Gawker deal.
Brooke, first of all, my condolences to you.
Before this thing.
Yeah, but before my condolences to you is what I want to say. But I apologized to your father at his deposition, at Bubba's deposition for Bubba. And he's known for years, but for you to say that, I just want to thank you myself, because I've watched Bubba suffer for years, and this is obviously not about Bubba, but you're the first person that has publicly said what he's been saying for years has been known. And it's just incredible. And so what strength it takes for you. And so thank you.
Well, let me just switch gears a little bit.
I want to do the right. I just want to do the right thing. And there are a lot of people that have, suffered and gotten caught in the crosshairs of our family's BS. And, to me, that was always my Uncle Bubba. I wish I didn't know how. I'm sorry that I called you on the radio. I feel like a total jabroni.
No.
I didn't have any way to get a hold of you.
I look forward, if it's okay, in calling you today and catching up, just because you and I don't mean this to sound creepy, and I hope nobody takes it the wrong way, but Brooke and I had such a bond when we were all hanging out. It was. You
taught her B.
I taught. You know what? Maybe. You know what, Lummy? I have for years said it, and now I can get the person on the phone that actually can confirm it. When I saw your autograph, I have many a times, Brooke. Oh my God, I got such a smile on my face. I many a times and be like, "Look at that big B."
You taught me my autograph.
Yeah, we were flying. I don't know. Terry was getting some kind of back procedure, and Brooke and I had to get back to Florida. So Terry let me, be your guardian, and we flew back first class on Delta, and we just didn't really have much to do. I don't know. I don't think we had a movie or anything to watch, and so Brooke was just starting her music stuff, and she's like, "Uncle Bubba, what if I ever have to sign autographs or something?" And I'd be like, Oh man, you know what? Let's work on and you got a B and I got a B. Let's work on, I mean, we were just like a couple kids. And so she signed it the first time. I'm like, no. You got to make that B bold. Let me show you how I sign mine. And I did mine real big the way I do mine. And by the end of the flight, the 4-hour flight, we had her Brooke Star autograph dialed in, did we not? Oh my God, I got such a smile on my face.
I've used it ever since.
and you know what?
I know. I'm trying not to cry.
I got a little tear myself because Bubba is really good with kids. He always has been good with kids. He's been that way to my children. Go ahead.
Yeah, Bubba is. I'm sorry to interrupt. Bubba is and always has been so nice to us, and just was. I mean, really, truly. I mean, I watched firsthand. My dad's best friend. I mean, Bubba, like you'd run through a burning building for the guy. I would too. I'm sad that I wasn't part of his life, but there are bigger forces at hand that I don't think I'm strong enough to. I don't think I have the powers to go against. So I kind of stepped back. But I just a lot of things are bothering me. I knew that man's blood.
I mean,
I don't understand how you can.
And he always said this about you. And I don't know if a lot of people are going to be able to understand it, but Linda's name, maiden name, and her family they're the Claridge. And Terry's, Pete, and Ruthie, they were Boleas. And so Hogan would always say, man, I'm telling you right now, Brookie, she's a real Bolea. Now, Nick, he's a Claridge. He takes a shortcut. He's lazy. But Brooke would be, of the two kids, God, I'm reminiscing. I sound like a little bitch. Of the two kids, we would be done. Guess who, Dan, guess who would come down and work out with us?
Brooke.
Brooke would work out. Nick would be up, I don't know, doing some Fast and Furious stupid game, and Terry would be so mad.
Brooke was the hardest working person in the family.
Oh my God, by far.
She worked all day long.
I just felt bad. I didn't want my dad to work out alone, so he'd come over the pager, and I'd be like, Nick, are you gonna go? And I was like, I'll go, because I felt bad. I didn't want him to beat it because I knew he wanted company or wanted to
So let's
have one of his kids down there.
Let me shift gears if I can, Brooke. And if you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. But are you I fundamentally love you from the bottom of my heart, just like you were my daughter. And I've thought about you every day since the last time we spoke in 11. And I wish this conversation could have happened 10 years ago. But that being said, you have been through, you personally and your family, but more importantly, you're a brand new mom. You just had twins. I think you just got married to a former Pittsburgh Penguin. Really. I think we found out the guy's name and we watched some of his best fights.
Yes, talk about alpha male.
Yeah,
he's a badass.
Yeah, I can't wait to meet the dude. He's a good dude. He seems like a good dude, and I think
I call him Saint Stephen because he's so kind to me.
Hockey players are the nicest men ever. Great husbands, great fathers, and badasses on the ice.
Yeah, nobody's gonna grab
your man.
Nobody's gonna grab Brooke's ass at a bar. No. Their ass with. So anyway, how I know that you're probably not doing too good. And are you okay? Are you doing okay? There's a big, there's a lot going on. There's a lot of things have been going on. I had some sources. I think I was maybe the only person that was going on a limb and not necessarily the most popular guy in the media by saying at least fairly accurately what your dad was going through. And I know that when you and him were together a couple years ago and he was going through some procedures, you kept copious notes. You always did. You always were more up on his health than anybody. Are you okay? Are you gonna be okay? I mean, how are your kids? I know your husband and you are probably good, but are you okay?
I'm okay. I'm conflicted, to be honest. What's hard is the last conversations I had with him. I guess that, me and my husband just keep replaying in our head, and I told my husband, I said, I'm going to put my dad on speakerphone so you can hear what I'm hearing, because I have to have a witness to what I'm hearing. And he was telling me that certain people around him one business partner in particular. You know, I was in his kitchen after he divorced Jen. And God, that woman was a saint.
Which, by the way, I don't even know that you've heard what I said, but I think I had a short. Let me. You know what? Can we put on the screen Brooke Hogan on the phone? You know, can Macho do that?
He's working
Maybe
on it.
take a little picture of her.
Yeah.
But anyway,
it's already there.
I said, I don't know, a couple weeks. We did a short where I said this wouldn't have happened if he was with Jennifer McDaniel.
Correct.
That woman took care of him when he was in even sometimes worse condition than this, and she was such a good person. And I've always wanted, and I don't know if you know this or not, Brooke, but somebody gave me her number, and I spoke to Jennifer. You probably don't have any idea about this.
Yeah.
And I apologized to her. Because when this whole sex tape thing came down, it was right when they got married, and it had to be the worst thing for a newlywed to have to go through. And I actually got her on the phone for like 10 minutes, and she sounded great. She sounded like she had like a whole new positive vibe about her. And she said, Bubba, I forgive you, and thank you for calling me. It means more than you could, because I've always wanted to apologize to her, because I can only imagine, you know, what something like that would do to a newlywed. I mean, it was a very scandalous, not cool thing, and I was able to apologize to her.
It wasn't just a sex tape, and that's so nice of you. But I mean, she went, basically their whole marriage was caught up in lint drama and lawsuits and part of the divorce. I mean that divorce went on for 10 years, and then I think my mom sued my dad again, and then it was, you know, something. It was one thing after another, you know. So they never really got a fair shot at having a fun, happy marriage. And like I said, like me and Jen went through all the surgeries together, and we'd take shifts, and that's what has me puzzled, because, you know, they're saying, oh, he had leukemia, and I'm like, I saw his blood work every time. One doctor, I quote, said, his blood is like a 25-year-old. I mean, he took the most care of his body and his blood. I mean, he was going to an anti-aging specialist, and would also, you know, just being through all the surgeries, you have to do a blood panel before any major surgery. How did nobody catch, you know, a high white blood cell count? That's what bothers me the most, you know. And I'm like, we don't have cancer that runs in our family. It seems weird.
And then the kidney dialysis curveball, you know, that came out of nowhere.
You know, I've been out of his life, you know, for 2 years, not by choice. You know, definitely not by choice. And you know, it's funny too, because I don't think my brother or anybody really understands the conversations me and my dad were having. I mean, getting back to that, you know, I mean, there's a business partner of his that he, you know, I was standing in the kitchen, and one of the last times I saw my dad, he goes, well, insert name, effed me over real bad. And I said, well, shit, I could have told you that, you know, Mom never liked him, you know, and you know, they've known each other for a long time, and I just never really had a good feeling about this guy. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, and then, you know, just with his dating life, I mean, after Jen, he dated a couple people, and you know, Sky was always super nice to me, but he was expressing some concerns, you know, in that area, just with like how they got along and stuff. And I told him, I was like, hey, you know, like if you need to end it, I said, I'll be your fall guy. Just say that I don't like her, or say, you know, whatever, like I'm on your side. I'm on your team. Whatever you need from me, like I got you. And then out of nowhere, it was like he did a 180 and started working with the person he just said screwed him over. And he said, I'm not getting married again. And then literally like 2 weeks later, he got married. It was just a really weird turn of events. And me and him went back and forth on text messages. And I was like, Dad, like, this is the time for a fresh start. Like, this is the time to make the right decisions. This is the time for you to stop, you know, stop the madness. Like, let's not make another decision that blows our family up again. Let's not make another decision that, I said, you got more money than God. Let's just ride your boat right off into the sunset. You know, me and Jen had him in not mint condition, but pretty good. We had him going pretty good. I even told my husband, I said, looking at him now, I said, in my heart of hearts, I could see him living to be, 85-ish. I could see him making it to 85 or something around there. His heart was compromised, but, that valve surgery shouldn't have been the thing that took him out. Opioids would have been, because they slow your breathing, and if you've had a major heart surgery, and I sent over my detailed notes, and on the notes it said no opioids. And he even asked me, tell them no opioids, because it would slow his breathing down and he wouldn't have oxygen. And when I heard about acidosis, and I was putting the pieces together just from what you were saying, what I kind of was hearing around, the block, I knew what was going down, and I was like, this is the beginning of the end. And had I been, I caught nurses trying to take pictures with him as he was coming out of anesthesiology, or out of anesthesia. It's like, me and Jennifer literally had to be guards. There were no limits. Nurses would just, try to take pictures with him while he was sleeping, and I caught people double dosing him and getting the medications wrong. It was tedious, so these last 2 years, I don't know how much work people have been putting in, but me and Jen, did the heavy lifting and had him in a really good spot.
Now, now, Brooke, do you find it? Now, I have Dr. Dan here, and he's familiar with death certificates and autopsies and medical examiner reports, and that's not the world he necessarily lives in, but he's very familiar with it, and he's like, it is very.
Hi, Doc.
Hey, Brooke. Again, my condolences. Good talking to you. I hope you're doing well.
Isn't this such a? God, I'm just. I'm just giddy. I'm sad. I got so many emotions going on. But Brooke, let me ask you a question. So I don't know if you went and if you've seen any of the things that I've talked about yesterday. But the medical report was released, and then the St. Pete Times broke it down, and his doctor, was it Fitzgerald, Lummy?
Gerald Fitzgerald.
Gerald Fitzgerald. He did the initial report on what caused the death. And then the medical examiner just took his word for it and said, he didn't do a report. Dan, it says right there on the death certificate, not applicable.
Right.
Meaning there was no case number, meaning the medical examiner did not look at the notes that the regular doctor did, and then the no autopsy. And people think I'm crazy, and this is your father we're talking about, but I don't necessarily. It's tough for me to say this, but I think that there's a chance there might have been a bad guy in the woodpile. Eric Bischoff said that on Monday he saw Terry, and Terry didn't have any machines there, just a medical bed and a little rehabilitative breathing little like a little thing that you breathe into, just a little thing,
spirometer or whatever.
Yeah, and then Jimmy Hart saw him on Wednesday, less than 18 hours after he died, and Jimmy Hart said he looked good. He looked pretty good. And then
that tells me that the valve replacement, because he had a calcified aortic valve, and this conversation was had maybe 3 years ago, and the doctor said, it's kind of a last-ditch effort. It'll buy you 10 years, but not more. But let's not do that quite yet. I don't know if it was absolutely necessary to do it. I was kind of the one to do everything holistic or minimal as possible, before going to the last resort. I do think it's weird that no autopsy was performed, because yes, you can have a heart attack, but what was the reason for the heart attack is the question. Because if he was up and doing breathing exercises and stuff, that means that the surgery on his heart was a success and it was working. So, anytime he's going to AFib,
she's breaking up.
Yep, she just said something about AFib, and then she broke up.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, can you hear me?
I know you got twins, and you probably. Are they sleeping?
We can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. And the last thing we heard was you said something about AFib.
Oh yeah. So the first thing, if you went into AFib, the first thing that people would want to do, doctors would want to do over at Tampa General, would be either a cardioversion or what's the thing with the burning the nerves? The
ablation.
Ablations,
Yes.
right.
Yeah, ablation,
And he
cardiac
had
ablation.
he had so many ablations and so many cardioversions. I remember back then praying, dear God, please don't let this be the day my dad dies. We were there back then. And he got through all of it. And there was one day we were at home and he's like, oh, my heart, my heart's starting to race. My heart's starting to race. And I kind of was like, let's try something different. I said, Dad, take a Valium. He goes, oh, that's not going to work, And I said, just take a Valium and just lay down and drink some water and breathe. And I bought him, because we didn't have like an oxygen machine at the house. I actually went on Amazon and I bought like the cans of oxygen that like hikers use when they go up in high altitudes.
Right.
And I said, take a hit off the oxygen, take a Valium, lay down, chill. His heart returned back to sinus rhythm. So, so I was like, maybe we're just overdoing it. Like, let's just take it easy, chill out. Like, the less surgeries, the better, is what I always told him. Let's try to keep you out of surgery because every time you go under anesthesia, that's so hard on your body.
It is.
The no autopsy and the leukemia out of nowhere hits me as BS, because.
You never heard that diagnosis before?
She never.
No.
Really?
And I would be surprised that a surgeon would work on somebody with leukemia or somebody that would see a high white blood cell count and not do further investigation first.
Well, you can't put
the first option is
Dan, go ahead.
treat the leukemia.
Well, it's a chronic leukemia, and people usually live 10, 15 years with it, but still, you would think it would be contraindicated to put hardware into someone with an elevated white blood cell count. And if he had that chronic leukemia, his white count should have been elevated. So yes, it's bizarre. The bounce back after 4 weeks is bizarre. The fact that he was, walking and talking and getting back to normal, and then the next morning he's dead is bizarre. The renal failure is bizarre. All of it is.
Well, the autopsy report would also given a toxicology, which what you're saying is he shouldn't have been on narcotics because you would have told them ahead of time, let's keep him off the narcotics. And so, wouldn't it be interesting to see what's in the toxicology report that's not in existence?
Yeah, listen, this is really, really kabuki. But Dan, if you're ported up to do dialysis, like you mentioned yesterday, anybody can stick anything in that port, and you said there's 50 things that somebody could stick in there to kill you.
Yeah,
and I'm not.
Don't even get me going. Don't even get me going. I told my dad. I said, you need to put cameras in your house because I said if you're dating one of these, biatches could push you down the stairs and. Nobody would ever know. So I was the one that told him to put cameras in his house, actually, because after he was done with Jen, I said, if you're going to be dating and stuff, somebody could say you touched them or,
That's why I had cameras. That's why I had cameras in my house.
Oh, my God.
Because I actually had an instance of that when I was single. I had a girl that tried to pull some nonsense like that. So Tom Bean said, "We're putting a camera in your bedroom."
So Brooke, I have a couple questions if it's okay, Bubba.
Yes.
What's your relationship with Sky, with Nick, and with Scientology? I think everyone wants to know those three answers.
That's a loaded question.
Meant to be.
Sky was always really nice to me. Her children were darling. And when my dad was like, I don't know about the 3 kids and this and that, I actually told him, I said, if you're not going to get married again, I said, kids can bring new life to situations. I said, just, enjoy them. If she's got sweet kids, just sometimes kids are funny. And, I thought maybe it would bring some, levity to his life and some lightheartedness, And he told me he was never getting married again. So I was like, well, that's not a worry, and she's nice and she's cool. And, I don't really want to go into too much detail about our conversations, but he was saying, she's pushing the marriage thing real hard. And I said, well, Dad, you don't have to do what you don't have to do. You can, and that's when we had the conversation. And I said, well, why don't you, and he's like, I'm trying to figure out a way, out of this thing, whatever. And I said, well, blame it on me. And he goes, well, if I broke up with her, it'd be really bad. And I said, what do you mean? And he goes, I don't want to get into it, whatever. So, that was the first kind of thing that I was like, what the hell? Why would he say that? So, I don't know, somebody that brought it to our attention that, she was a Scientologist. She said she was a Scientologist, but she said she left. But I started digging a little bit deeper, and she's, and this doesn't mean, trust me, I don't know really much about Scientology, so I'm just, telling you kind of what my digging did.
Right.
She's still in good standings, and when I brought that up to my dad, he goes, oh, well, she just doesn't want to, leave because she still wants her kids to be able to see the grandparents and this and that. Her grandparents are like highest level, like OT8, I believe, or her parents. And it just, to me, I actually, God bless his soul, I actually called Mike Rinder and talked to him.
Really?
And he didn't have very savory things to say. So I kind of told my dad, I said, listen, this is what I have. I had a friend that was ex-FBI look into the situation, and I was kind of, really going to bat for my dad and saying, hey, you need to be careful, if you want to date her, cool, just don't get married, just don't get married, just, you don't have to. And I was concerned about everything else too. I was concerned about what happens, he had all of his real memorabilia in the beach shop. The Thunderlips cape was hanging next to the coffee machine in the Orlando location, and I said, Dad, let me take all the stuff. Let me put it in a locked storage unit, temperature controlled. Let's get replicas made and put them on display. Who knows where all that stuff is now that he died? Who knows?
Where's it going to
running
go?
The shop and stuff. Who knows? Who knows where all of his beautiful memorabilia is? I don't have one single thing of my dad's. I said, can I have something for my children? Anything? Before I had Molly and Oliver, I said, if I ever have kids, I want to remember it. And I said, Dad, I would never sell anything. If your shit ended up anywhere, it would be in the Hard Rock Hotel's glass case or a Hall of Fame. Mm-hmm. I said, I would make a Selena movie on you. I would elevate your legacy. I would do whatever I could, And I really just, I had his best interests at hand. And when he got married to Sky, or what happened was he called me and there was a very weird, cryptic, strange message. It reminded me of when people in AA do their steps. And he said, hey, I just wanted to call and say I'm sorry for whatever I did. And I'm like, no offense, but you mean what you said about me on the sex tape? Or you're sorry for whatever you did? I mean, there's a lot of things that we could go through that you've done, including kind of double zombie-dawing my, record deal and stuff too. What are we sorry about? And he didn't go into detail, so it was a really vague, weird thing. And I hung up the phone and I looked at Steve and I said, he's going to marry her. And that's the last time I talked to my dad, because I was like, I just have the heebie-jeebies. I'm just feeling too weird about it, and I had warned him about people around him in business. I
got something that you don't know that I feel maybe I should tell you, but I don't want to upset you.
What?
Because your dad and I were really close. I mean, we were inseparable, and I knew everything. Mm-hmm. I knew everything. Everything. I knew when him and Linda were having problems. I didn't know about the Christiane deal, but I knew a lot. And I know for a fact, and maybe you can do some digging. I don't know what type of relationship you have with your former record label. I don't know any of this. I haven't spoke to you since 2011.
I reconnected with them, actually.
Well,
I just reconnected with
I know that you think that they let you go on Christmas morning, and that's always been a big kind of a thorn in your side. Do you remember? Let me ask you a question. When you were in Miami, do you remember that they sent the wife? I forget what her name was, but they sent her over to the house with Christmas presents. Do you remember that?
So I literally just, I don't know if you saw the news, but I just re-signed with Sobe because after my dad's passing.
But do you remember? Hold on. But let me ask you a question.
Yeah, I remember that day.
All right. Do you remember how emotional that day was and why it was one of your worst days ever? Do you remember that there was a letter in there from Sobe releasing you from your contract? And again, there's probably 5 people in the world that knows this information, and you're not one of them. And so Do you remember how much that made Christmas suck and how you were just blown away that inside of your Christmas present was a letter saying we're terminating you or something to the effect of getting rid of you? Do you know that your dad is the one that wrote that letter?
What?
That didn't come from Sobe. That came from your father. Because he was trying to blow up your Sobe deal because he wanted to sign Paul White to a boxing contract and do all this other stuff with Cecil, whatever the guy's name is, Cecil, whatever. And he came to me when he was crafting the letter and told me about it, and we didn't, I wouldn't say we didn't talk, but I just said, Terry, you can't do that to Sobe. You can't do that to Cecil. You can't do that to these people. You got to let them, if you don't want her to work there anymore, you got to do it in conjunction with them. You can't play them. And well, let me ask you a question. Am I correct? Did that happen?
Well, I just reconnected with Sobe actually, and went over. I was talking to, his name's Unique, but he went by Stax back in the day, and that was the guy that my dad was talking about on sex tape.
Yeah.
I just reconnected with him, and I told him the story, and I said, I was so upset, and the same night I walked into the Forge in Miami, and I went with Amber Ridinger. And I was like, I was really upset. I mean, I was crying. I was like, and my dad and Cecil used to be boys, like they used to be friends. And I was like, Daddy, you can't be friends with them anymore. I can't believe they would do this. And honestly, Bubba, I didn't know what I did wrong. I mean, to be honest, I was in love with the guy. We really got along well. We did music great together. It was like the most fun I've ever had in my life.
Right.
And
he hated that you guys were together, so he was going to blow it up.
Well, what I think was even kind of the bigger issue was that, and I did not know this at the time, because him and his dad talked. Unique knew about Deanne, and he was told to not tell me. So that I'm trying not to cry. That makes a lot of sense because, exterminate me and Unique, there's no chance of me finding out about Christiane. And he can, after talking to Cecil, I said, what exactly were you doing with my dad? Because, my mom had said something about, she was like, Linda, like, oh my God, your dad, that's stupid. And I was like, I know your dad was in business with my father, and basically in total, Cecil got soaked for $9 million.
Yeah, $3 million. $3 million. Hogan got Big Show $3 million to do this some kind of hair up their ass boxing deal. Bought Big Show a house, got him a trainer, and Big Show was going to be a professional boxer. Then Big Show realized how tough it was, and Cecil got left holding the bag of poop on that too. I mean, but
energy drink or something. But I'm like, don't talk about your investment in my music career when I kind of walked you in the door to investors that spent stuff than mine. So it's not that I'm not grateful. I mean, I was telling my husband last night. I said I would not be where I was without my dad. Obviously, I mean, he was the catalyst to these things. But also at the same time, the second I got going, it seemed like he kind of pulled the rug out from underneath me. So I don't.
He did.
That's something that I'm grappling with too. Is like knowing that truth and also loving and missing my dad.
Yeah.
But that was my point for the distance though was that every time I would try to come in and be the word of advice or the clear thinker or as Ashley, my best friend, says, you were his mirror. And he didn't want to look in that mirror. You reminded him of Linda. You reminded him of his mistakes. You reminded your secrets he was keeping from you, whatever it was. And what my dad doesn't know is no matter what he ever did, I would forgive him for and I would love him. He didn't even tell me what the N-word was about. He said, I need you to just defend me. Somebody caught me saying the N-word. And I just went out there like a fool. Like my dad was probably just joking or quoting quoting a Chris Tucker movie. And my friend in Nashville was like, Brookie, I don't think you realize how bad it is. He's talking bad about you, and it's a sex tape, and he's talking about you and your boyfriend. And instead of like, I was just so young and gullible. Instead of, making a retraction statement or whatever, I was just too afraid. My family's like powerful and they're scary. And I was just too afraid to speak up, So there's a lot of things that I'm grappling with. It's like one half of my brain is like, that's my daddy. Like, I love him and I miss him. But I am at peace with the fact that, like, he literally said to me when I said, Dad, I'm really concerned. Like, this was the first time I really laid it out to him. I was like, this, and this. I don't feel good about it. And he literally said, on my children's life, my husband heard it. He goes, well, I guess you have to live your life and I have to live mine. And that was kind of the end of that. And I said, well, screw me then, I guess, I'm trying to watch out for you. And I've put in the, 15 years with Jen and, been there, watching the nurses and doing the 16-hour shifts and, going back and forth. And I've done everything to help the guy that I possibly could and genuinely loved him. I mean, naturally, you're biologically wired to love your dad and your mother.
You two always had a special bond. If you look at any of Hogan Knows Best promo photos, it's always Hogan and Brooke, and then Nick and Linda. You two were always, always at photo op together. And let me ask you a question.
It just makes me sad because I just don't know what was ever real, because all of those things took place over a course of years, and I don't know how, when doing those things to somebody, you could look them in the face, pretend like nothing's wrong. I don't even know how you could get away with those things and not be nervous that somebody's going to question you, but nobody questioned him ever, So, I mean, he just kind of was in control, I guess, but regardless, I loved him. I loved him so much. But when he entered this world of what Mike Rinder had warned me about, and I was now pregnant with twins and married, and my husband's family is so kind and so sweet, and I have something to lose. Money didn't matter. I was like, take me off everything. And I was sobbing. When I wrote the text to Terry McCoy, the guy that manages his money. I was sobbing, and I just said, take me off everything. I don't want to be a part of it, because I knew in my mind this is how the math was going to work out. If Sky is a Scientologist, which apparently she's still in good standings, but she says she left. It's not for me to judge. She was always nice to me. I have no problem with Sky. But if she was a Scientologist, I know that that's a very powerful backing. And then I thought, oh my God, if I get left any money, or if Nick gets left any money, no offense, but my mom has been known to kind of find herself in the mix with, things like that. And I'm like, I don't want to fight Linda. I don't want to fight Scientology. I don't want somebody that I love to get knocked off. I don't know how deep this stuff goes. Like, it scared me. And I just said, I want out. And I hoped that my dad, and it was never about money. I had hoped that my dad at least trusted me with his IP, like his intellectual property and his trademarks and stuff, because like I said, I would have done the right thing and upheld his, I would have made him an Elvis legacy, or a Marilyn Monroe legacy, or a Selena legacy. And I hope that whoever has his marks does that. I just know that the people around him are pretty shady and not in his best interest. I was pretty mad. I wrote someone in that camp a pretty scathing text message saying, nobody's telling him to sit down. Everybody's there for a paycheck. Everybody is there egging him on because you guys are getting paid. And I said, nobody said, Dad, sit down. You don't need to be doing this. Everybody's egging him on. Everybody's pumping his ego, and I said, it's killing him.
Let me ask you a question. Is it true that you asked him to walk you down the aisle and he wouldn't?
Yes. I was with Steve in his living room at the El Dorado house, and I said, Daddy.
Oh, she's cutting out.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. So you said you're at the El Dorado house, and you said Daddy.
Yeah, we were at the El Dorado house. We were sitting in the living room. my dad knew we were going to get married because Steve had to ask him. And what's really sad is when Steve asked him, he said his response was, just as long as you guys are good together, I'll never do it again. And I asked my dad, I said, Dad, for real, if you had to go back in time and, you know, have kids, would you do it? Because me and Steve were thinking about having kids. And he said, no. So that kind of like broke my heart, but I was like, all right, he's being honest. You know, maybe he had his reasons or whatever, so no big deal. But I asked him, I said, hey, we're not going to do a big thing. It's just going to be me and Steve. You don't have to run into Linda. You know, nobody has to be there. I said, we're doing it really, really private in Orlando. But I said, the one person that I would love there, just because it's tradition, would be you. I was like, well, I want you to walk me down the aisle. And he goes, nope, that's not me. I don't do weddings. I don't do funerals anymore. I said, Dad, even for me? He goes, nope, you guys have fun. You got my blessing, but like, I'm not, you know, you can't get me to leave the beach.
Wow.
You know, was his thing. You can't get me to leave the beach thing. I guess it just, maybe he was just so jaded from marriages that it was just like,
yeah, but hold on.
You guys
can
do
be
it.
you can be jaded from marriages, but Brooke, you're his flesh and blood. You're his firstborn. You are his you are his daughter. You are, oh my God, there's so many things that you are that, you know, I mean, he used to go to TNA 3 times a week in Orlando. Driving over to Orlando is not a big deal. And I'm sorry for you. I mean, that's.
I read text messages. Steve wasn't telling me. And at first I was kind of, you know, I had some heat with Steve because I was like, why didn't you tell me you were texting my dad this whole time? And he goes, well, I didn't want to like hurt you. I was just kind of gauging, you know, where he was at. And he said, you can read him if you want. And he turned the phone over to me. We were at lunch, you know, a couple days ago. And Steve wrote him the nicest text messages. Brooke loves you so much. I would love to mend fences. You just tell me how, you know, like, for you to see the babies. At one point, you know, I think he said, hey, you guys are in Jacksonville. We're an hour and a half away, you know, and it was like, no, we just fly to we take private. We just get in, get out, you know, whatever. And it was just like every single text message was just met with like, cool, thanks. All right, cool. Let me know. And Steve told him, you know, Brooke almost died on the table. Like, she hemorrhaged. She had, you know, 2.5 liters of amniotic fluid, which, Dan, I know, you know, if amniotic fluid enters your blood, you're instantly dead. So having a lot of amniotic fluid is a big, big danger. And I also lost 2.5 liters of blood, and they couldn't.
So hold on. When we're talking about when you gave birth, you had these complications?
Yeah, I had a C-section. Yeah, I had these complications, and I had my right arm completely rigged, full of my IVs and stuff. So they were going to do a blood transfusion, and when they hit my left arm, they blew my vein. And the nurse was like panicking because I was going out. I was a goner. They hit me with blood pressure medicine 3 times.
Scary.
And I said, Doc, just, you know, in my Terry thing, just like my dad, I said, hit me with it one more time, brother. You know,
hit me with it one more time. Give me one more gimmick, brother.
Give me one more gimmick, brother. And he goes, I can't. There's no more blood to compress. There's no more blood. Like we have to give you a blood transfusion. And by the grace of God, you know, he looked at my cervix. You know, when you go to get a C-section, they don't look up your coochie.
Right.
They're just like, we're taking the babies out from underneath your belly button. No big deal. Cut, snip, snip. They're out. And he looked at my coochie and he said, she's 2 centimeters dilated. Actually, I was actually already in labor. I didn't even know that because I was so outstretched that I didn't realize, but I was already 2 centimeters dilated. And there's this new invention, I think, called a Jada, and you stick it up in your uterus and it starts sucking your uterus down because my uterus wouldn't contract and the hemorrhage wouldn't stop. So it was sucking blood and whatever. And they wheeled me into post-op. They had me stabilized. And he goes, if you keep bleeding like this, we're going to do a blood transfusion. And I go, bleeding like what? And he held up a clear bucket that looked like what a kid took to like the beach. And he goes, this is what you lost in the last 10 minutes. And I'm like, oh, well, it's weird. I feel fine. He's like, it's all the, you know, anesthesia in your spine and it's all the blood pressure medicine and you're just loopy from losing so much blood, but like, you're really not okay. Like, you could drop dead any second. So just letting you know, you signed the consent form. If we need to hit you with it, we're going to hit you with it. So,
now, Terry,
luckily
did Terry know about all that?
Yeah, Steve told him. I mean, it was public knowledge, too. I kind of mentioned it in one of my Instagram posts. But I will say I got to thank my dad for his blood because we both have really basically sick blood. We're iron rich. So in our family runs something called hemochromatosis, which is iron overload.
Just like Bubba.
And I have so much iron in my blood.
I have the same thing.
I have so much iron in my blood. I'm like, that's probably what saved me was that thick-ass Bolea blood, you know, so you know, I have a lot of things to thank for my dad. I'm trying to remember the good times. I'm trying to also digest the information and more betrayal and more things that I've been finding out, like what you mentioned.
Yeah, and I didn't mean to hit that with you. I just wanted to let you know.
No, it's okay. It makes sense though because Cecil goes, "You were always a Sobe artist. Like you never left," and I was like, "Really?"
No.
And it hit me weird when he said that, so that makes a lot of sense. I'll ask him about that. But yeah, I thought it was weird that it was a letter inside of a Christmas present. It was like he would have emailed me.
He walked He walked me right through how he was going to do it and everything. And I'm like, Terry,
you didn't talk him out of it.
You couldn't talk him out.
Like, what the hell, Bubba?
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Here's
Uncle
your gift.
Bubba, thanks a lot.
Listen, Brooke,
No, but I know that he was very influential on the people around him, and I know that it was like he had this magical way of taking you and kind of dragging you into the plane, so to speak. And that's the one thing too with Linda. She's got this deep hatred for me, and it's like, listen, I wasn't just on Dad's side. I knew how many times Dad cheated on you. I knew the damage he did. Anybody that went through that much cheating, between Kate Kennedy, Corey Everson, Christiane, Heather, whatever it was, I know it would drive somebody insane. Why she stayed? For me, as a person of integrity, I wouldn't have stayed. I would have said, you cheated on me once, I'm leaving you. But she had a lot more at stake, so it's like I don't know her reasons I wasn't in her shoes. But Perez Hilton goes and writes, I do an interview with Perez Hilton, and he titles it, "My Mom Does Drugs," which I did not say. If you watch the interview, I didn't say that. But, she is so quick to react. Ever since then, it's been like she's waged war. And I'm like, the only reason that I haven't hung out with you is because every single time you end up tearing me a new one. And I don't even know what I did wrong. So it's
God,
like
I'm having a flashback.
That's my whole thing. I'm
having a flashback of your childhood, of many a times when we would be out and you'd be getting a business, she'd be giving you the business, and you would literally say, "I don't even know what, Mom." Like you're like 11 or 12 at this time. You're like, "Mom, I don't even know
what did I do?
Why are you kicking me in the shin with your high heels?" And then Hogan would be like, "Linda, knock it off." And but Brooke would have like a gig mark on her shin, and it would be bleeding. Jeez. And Linda was good with one bottle of wine. Linda, fun as hell. You start getting on bottle 2, it starts getting a little bit sketchy. It starts getting sketchy. So anyway, listen.
I'm like trying to choose what to say, but I just, and my thing too, she just posted an AI video of me, like, look at what Brooke says in our family. I'm like, it's AI, like, I'm not that evil. Please stop attacking me. Like, I love my mom. There's a lot of great things about her. A lot of great things my dad fell in love with. A lot of great things that you've seen her at her best, Bubba. She's the bomb.
She's a hell of a woman, and a lot of and I got to tell you, I got to give her credit. I really do. I'm not going to sit here and bury her all the time, but I got to tell you, a lot of Terry's success was her ability. She was a marketing. She's the one that came up with the ripped T-shirt. He was more on track business wise with her when they were dialed in than ever before.
He was more on track in life with her. She had the best common sense. I tell my husband all the time, I'm like, all the sayings I have, my woman's intuition, the way that I do things, it's all my mom, And I just wish so badly, and I had so many conversations with her. I know she was devastated over my dad, but I was like, Mom, like, start yoga while you're young and beautiful. Like, just you settled with a good amount of money. Like, invest some of it. Like, we've had these talks multiple times. I'm like, just like start doing yoga, get into Pilates, like go buy a mansion in Malibu and marry some hot realtor, like whatever, just
not some guy that went to high school with you.
All right. And God bless Charlie. I mean, that poor kid, he didn't even know what he was getting himself into. It's funny because
he had to bolt up to Big Thick.
Oh, jeez.
Hey, Brookie, listen, we could talk forever, but I am literally, I forgot.
Oh no.
What's that? You there?
I feel bad. I'm just having a private conversation with you. I forgot that we're actually on the air. So
that's amazing.
I just got to tell you.
But yeah, no, I'd love to talk to you more.
Can I get your number from? Can I put you on hold and get your number? And this has been such an unbelievable red letter day for me to be able to reconnect with you, to find out that you don't hate me, that you understand how things went, and thank you for forgiving me, and thank you so much for calling. I'm at lost for words of your kindness and setting the record straight and giving us some insight as to what went down and what's going down. And I know you have two beautiful children, one of which I think your daughter, his middle name is after your father, Molly Jean, I think it is. And I look so forward to talking to you in private. We're going to be like a couple little bitches gossiping, but thank you. You know what?
I'm going to probably cry when I see you.
Thank you so much for reaching. I would have never connected with you had you not reached out, and I'm so thankful for that. And
I had to call in like a jabron.
I know you're on the. She's on the jabron line. She's on the jabron line. Listen, babe, I love you. I love you so much, and I love your family. I love your new family. And I did love your dad. I really did. And
I know you were a very.
Oh.
Breaking up again.
She's hit that bad spot.
I was getting ready to get a high spot from her, and she broke up on me.
No, even though you were known as a shock jock, you were always Uncle Bubba to me, and you always had a heart of gold. And I'm sorry for everything that you went through, and you've been kind of beating yourself up over this. But know that I know the truth. My dad knew the truth. And you were always so kind to us as children and stuff. So I'm looking forward to reconnecting with you, and I hope that you're okay now, and seems you're doing good. You've got a radio show again, so that's good.
I do. I got one. We're doing really good digitally, and we got like 4 or 5 affiliates. We're doing well, and my family's doing good. I got a good girl in my life. So I can't wait to tell you all about it. I love you so much. Tell your husband, thank you for being so good to you and being I'm sure he's a great father. And
he is.
I so look forward to talking to you. I'm going to literally get off the air and as fast as I can call you just to keep talking to you. So.
Oh, well, I love you, and thank you for being so good to us as kids and being good to my dad. And trust me, I know in my heart who you are, and I appreciate, everything you did for our family and for me with my music and for my dad with whatever he needed. I mean, you were really the GOAT. So I appreciate you.
Hey, you have a great day. Take care of those kids, and I'll talk to you later today. Okay, Brookie?
Thank you, Uncle Bubba.
I love you.
Love you. Bye.
Wow. Oh my God.
Thank you, Uncle Bubba.
Does that lift a weight off your back, Bubba? Make you feel good?
I'm almost ready to cry.
I did a little bit, Bubba, and she just verified everything you've been talking about for 12 years, 13 years. I can't even believe it. I'm blown away. What a wonderful young woman she is. That was insane. I just can't even believe it. I can't even believe it.
I'm gonna do commercials.
And he knew, Bubba.
I know. I'm gonna do some commercials, okay?
Yep.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
It was about her, and I never even thought about her. Ever, for 12 years. I never once thought about that.
Terry.
Wow. All you haters out there in chat that thought this was BS for the last 12 years and understand why this was a burden on someone's head, understand that was the truth right there. Holy shit.
You alright, Jake?
Yeah, dude, it's unbelievable.
You need a hug too?
I was in the middle of it.
Yeah.
I lived it with him.
I know.
Incredible.
Oh, you need anything?
No, I'm good, buddy. Thank you.
Hogan knew the whole time, man.
You knew it, but they hear it.
You know, like my life, you know, I'm going to talk about it on the air.
Yeah.
But
I'm going to go to the bathroom. We got a lot to talk about because I think we could do it now off air. It better be on air. I'm literally choked up.
Yeah. It has to be on
Choked
here.
up.
So let's not lose the spontaneity.
Yeah.
Ronald Trahan, $25. So happy for you, Bubba.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
You know, that was cool, Jay, that you and Dan got to be a part of that, because
I'll never forget it.
One, you know, just Dan's very familiar with Brooke, and you were in the trenches for me when I was in depositions with Gawker. You're my counsel.
Yep.
And I can remember, you know, Hogan and you going out to the parking lot, and you told me to stay inside the cafeteria, the little kitchen area there. And before you left, he was maybe like 10 steps ahead again. I said, please tell him, you know, I'm sorry, and I'm gonna testify truthfully, which I think will be good for him. And then you went out and talked to him, and couldn't.
Want me to tell you what I told him?
Yeah, I would. I mean,
I said, Terry, I just want to come over and let you know that Bubba is going to tell the truth, and he's not going to do anything that's going to hurt you. And he's so sorry that any of this ever happened. And he literally just said, thank you, brother.
Yeah.
And that was it.
I've had this burden on my I've had this burden on my mind and on my soul for 13 years, and my life, not that I shouldn't be penalized for my part of the situation.
Have been.
But to know that he went from the Sand Pearl hotel with the FBI sting, which would have been December of 2012.
Yep.
And I mean, I don't think you could get any more credible of a witness who was there. You know,
he's getting strapped up, it sounded like.
And yeah, I guess the FBI was maybe there prior to wire them up, and then I think she said he came back and said, you know, Bubba didn't do it. And my life would have been, if I could have just gotten that message out to Cox. Cox would have never fired me. Calta would have gotten caught, and my life would be way different. But you know what? What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Maybe that wasn't the path for me that I needed to take in life.
You know, I had never thought about how this had affected the rest of the family and the collateral damage. And you brought up the new wife at the time, but I never considered it being Brooke with the N-word. I never thought of how that impacted her life and her relationship. And to hear her call you Uncle Bubba and to be raw and honest with you,
and
I mean, honestly, it brought me to tears. I'm trying to get back in lawyer mode right now because I got to talk. But yeah, that was unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
That's everything you thought.
And I just wish he could have done me that. I just wish he could have done me that solid, man. You know, but again, maybe I needed to go through this trek of life that I've gone through, not the easy way, the hard way, to make me a better person, because it has humbled me tremendously, and it has gotten me in touch with the right people that care about me for the right reasons, not because I have a big house and a plane with, and partners in planes with you, and you know, syndicated in 31 different markets, making $3 or $4 million a year. Maybe that's not the path I need to be on. Maybe that whole event was to humble me, but listen, it did very much. It changed the course of my life. But I just feel so vindicated. I feel so vindicated, and everybody who has called me a cuckold and a liar and a you know, you did it. Just, you know, what are you going to say now? Well,
Does it make you feel better knowing that he went to his deathbed knowing you didn't do it?
Yeah.
Does it make you a little mad that he didn't, stand up for you? Because, I mean, what she said, something very poignant, which was he could have just admitted it and it wouldn't have changed anything with the money.
You're right. You were part of that. You were part of that whole lawsuit. You were part of it. You're the one. I
was there when you figured it out.
Well, I was there. You were there when I was figured out. But you were also one of the lawyers that were made it possible for me not to have to go and put a big boy suit up and plead the fifth with every answer in a circus. You postured that correctly, but she's right. The outcome wouldn't have changed.
Mm-mm.
It just would have cut me a break. But whatever.
It's the truth, and now it's in the open. Light has been shown on it, and so I can see that there's an emotional release you had. I had a little bit of one, but it's gonna keep hitting you, Bubba, because this has been a constant in your life for 13 years, and no one remembers that when this all happened, this December 2012, that was 1 month before the MJ trial.
Right.
There was so much going on in your professional and personal life at that time when this thing dropped on you, just a few months before all of it. It was turmoil that could have been lessened by just one simple truth.
And how prophetic is it? This all happens on the day of his funeral.
Mm-hmm.
This all comes out, and this all, What's the chances that my spoken word of sticking up for her, and I never knew she was gonna. I never knew this was gonna happen.
I was there that day. I remember it.
I didn't stick up for Brooke and then say, "Let me send this to her Instagram and get this message out to Brooke." I really, honest to God, I didn't tag it to her. And we made it a short, and I think her husband got it to her, is what she said, and I was sticking up for her. It was when Linda had a meltdown, and I just told the truth, what I'd seen.
I hate public meltdowns,
and so I can't thank her enough for picking up the phone, calling the request lines, and getting a hold of me. I got to go to words. We're so late, Lummy. We got a couple back-to-backs, but what an amazing day in so many different ways. And hey, as
today's a great day.
Today's a great day. It's also a sad day. This is the final chapter.
Celebrate Terry's life.
We're going to run some words. We'll be back in a little bit.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
She knew that this woman might be bad news.
Yep. And it sounds like just a lot of external factors, business people and all these things he's doing at this age. Like you said, he's an old man, be old, enjoy, be the Hulkster. All these new business endeavors. I mean, that shit wears on your body. It's stressful. Stress kills.
Oh, yes, it does.
I don't want to be slinging a new product at 76. You?
No.
Hmm?
I'm 71.
You're 71?
Yeah, so it's easy.
Okay.
Anything over.
I hope to be still active at that point, but still, if I had all that money, I'd be chilling. Enjoying my family and my grandkids and going to hockey games.
You'd have a private jet, and you would spend a third of your time in Costa, a third of your time here, and a third of your time somewhere else.
In Tennessee with Brooke and the kids.
Yes.
That's what I'd be doing. And I'd be going to hockey games, VIP style with the Hulkster, and she kidding me? He's one of the most reveled people ever in history. It's so funny she still talks in Carney a couple times and like jabroni and shiznit. I mean, she said a couple of things. I'm like, man,
she's so Hogan.
It's unbelievable. Sounds like she got the best of both of them. No, HS Bubba fan. We don't usually curse in court unless we have a reason to. Like maybe someone said something.
You were emulating or rehashing a.
Sometimes I let the F-bomb drop here in chat just because it's more
here
of
we
a
go.
conversation than it is the way I present something. What up, Big Longer? Cracked Ribs Chris. What's up, everybody? Sorry, I haven't been paying attention to chat. This has just been mind-boggling for me. What's up, Rob? Woody? Jeff? Steve the Grumpy Belt Man? D. John Costica? FJ Barr? How's everybody doing? Dave Rock? Double XL Gaming? I don't have my glasses on, guys. I'm trying my best.
What's up, Richard Ski Pool?
How's everybody doing? Good morning, Group of Lips, Tampa Terry, Nick. I see all you guys. You guys have been here standing by his side for all these years. It's got to be incredible to hear it out loud. Hollis Malloy, what up? Mr. Skin Dog. 217 Time Machine. Xerxes, what's up, everybody? White Ice Tea. Hollis Malloy. Permagrom, what's up, buddy? Right back at you. What's up, Soupy John? Airtight Ski Pole, Pippi Short Stroker. Everybody out there on Rumble. It was worth sticking around for today, wasn't it? Scott Starboard, what up? Hickory Farmer, or Hockey, was it Hockey? Hockey Farmer.
Well, I love you, and thank you for being so good to us as kids and being good to my dad. And trust me, I know in my heart who you are, and I appreciate, everything you did for our family and for me with my music and for my dad with whatever he needed. I mean, you were really the GOAT.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto Studios, aquabeto.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Man, Macho Man, that was great.
Yeah, what took so long?
That was so amazing. Thank you, Macho Man. Hi, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Yeah, Niagara Falls.
I don't know if people can't hear us, Lummy. Like
I don't think so. It's seeming like
it's like I got to ask like 3 times, or they're not paying attention. Yes, it's you're on the air with me. Hello.
I'm sorry. I don't even know if I could follow that call. That was the call of the century right there. That was better than find out who shot JR or something. I mean, called it. I can't believe that. I'm so glad for you that your burden of the last 12 years has been lifted and you got to reconnect with her. I remember you saying you were 59 and she's now 37. Look what transpired in the last 12 years that you guys missed out on and couldn't reconnect because of that. Because the only thing that could have been better than that phone call is if Hootie himself would have called him before he passed away you guys had a private conversation to clear the air.
Yeah.
But
you know, I will tell you
that just found out.
I will tell you this.
For people that just found out about you, I met you 30 years ago, back when Keyshawn Johnson was on the Buccaneers. The Keyshawn Johnson Foundation reneged on providing turkeys for the homeless people in Tampa Bay. The radio stations had a benefit at West Shore Plaza, and you guys were down there in Lasker's RV broadcasting live. And I'm 6'4", 370. I was looking in the window, and you said, "Get that big bastard in here. Get that guy in here." So you put headphones on me. I was on the air for like a minute. You went to a commercial, just like you do now. Where you going? Let's go outside and throw the football. I'm doing down and outs. You're throwing me passes. I'm like, I seem like I know this guy my whole life. What a great guy. Unlike the persona that, back on the 98 Rock days that came across the air. But deep down, you're a great person.
Well, thank
you. And right when I was leaving, you reached into your jacket. Are you going to the Lakeland Civic Center? Hootie's going to be there tonight. You gave me 6 tickets in the third row, sitting right behind you at the Lakeland Civic Center, and you didn't even know me. And at that time, you and Hootie were running hard. You guys were A-listers. I'm just a jabroni truck driver. You treated me like you knew me your whole life.
Well, thank you.
I'm so glad you got that call. I'm so glad you got that call, and time goes by, and all the stuff that transpired. Now, I don't know. I'm out south of Nashville right now. I don't know if Brooke is up here or if she's in Orlando or Lake Nona or Windermere, but if I was there, if she was in Orlando, I would get in the car and drive over there. You don't want to let this get away. That was a fantastic phone call.
I'm gonna call her today as soon as I get off the air, and I'm going to this weekend. I have to be at the track. We have races, but I'm going to see if Eric and I can. I think she lives in Orlando. Maybe go over and see her kids and meet her husband and just, give her the biggest hug ever.
I think you reconnect. I think this is going to be a reconnection for the rest of your lives.
Oh, I think so, too.
Based on what I heard today. And she's such a genuine person who has fond memories of you being one of the best friends that her father had. I mean, she's seen a lot of the friends come and go. She didn't have a negative thing to say about you. I think she called you the GOAT. So it's just incredible to hear that, and she's a genuine person, and I do believe that you guys will have a relationship going forward because it's clear that you had one before, and it's just going to be a reconnection.
And I never thought of even getting a hold of her because I thought there would be no way she would ever want to hear from me from the damage that I had done, especially, with the N-word stuff, which was about her boyfriend, and she really shows you how worldly and how good of a person she is because she has to, you have to understand in order for her and I to have a relationship, she has to forgive me for that. Mm-hmm. And it looks like, I will ask her yet again and tell her I'm sorry.
She forgave you.
But, that says a lot.
I don't think you have to relive it, Bubba.
I can't
honestly
wait
think
for this show to get over. I want the show to be over so fast so that because I'm not doing Clem and Kush today. I just don't have it in me.
Yeah,
and my partner ain't here. So, sir, thank you for the great story.
I am so happy for you to reconnect with her because obviously now that Hootie's gone, you guys can throw stories around that only you guys are partial to of things that went on when you and Hootie were running real hard. I'm so glad you got to reconnect with her. It's such a burden that you have lifted. You're going to come back to the show next week. You're even going to walk like with a different step. I mean,
I think so too.
It's just, I'm so happy for you. That's all. I just wanted to say, FDE up here in Nashville. I'm 4 million miles. I'm retiring in March, and it's a great show. I'm glad I hooked up with you on YouTube. I watch you every morning.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate you, buddy, in so many ways.
Yeah. I'm so happy for you. Have a great day.
You too, bud. Be safe. See if you can get another million. See if you can get another million in. I don't think how long does it take to get 1 million miles for a trucker? I think it's a million miles is a huge milestone. And he said he was 4.
Yeah.
I think Scout and Big Gulp are a couple million, and I think Greg and Amy are also a couple million. Hello, who's this?
Hi, good morning.
Hi.
I think
Today is the best day for Bubba. Congratulations. I tuned in and I caught the tail end of that. And you, sir, it's your day. Hulk spoke from the grave. You guys reconnected. Brooke's a fabulous, wonderful woman. And Bubba, you're the greatest. And I hope you enjoy this day. Thank you so much for giving us this insight into what transpired. And it's a great day for you, Bubba. I'm so happy.
Well, I don't know who you are, but you sound wonderful. I love female callers. And
I'm a Canadian girl down here in Florida at our condo. I tune into you guys, and this day is amazing. I am just so happy for you.
Do you watch us when you migrate back to Canada as well?
I do.
Fantastic.
And, you are amazing, and this show has been amazing. It's a happy day for you, and, move forward and just I'm so excited for you. I don't even know you, and I'm so excited for you. It's a wonderful day.
It is. As wonderful as it is, there's a dark lining too, is the fact that we're laying Hootie to rest today. But I almost think it's like I don't know if I believe in spirits or what, but it's like I don't know what made Brooke call on this particular day to give me this new lease on. I don't know. I'm really supposed to be a radio personality that's never a loss for words, but I'm literally very, 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 very locked up and just.
There's a reason for everything, and I'm a very spiritual person, and I do believe that he spoke from the grave, and this is a power that it's incredible.
Yeah.
And people who don't believe in spirituality, let this speak volumes to them, because this is, I believe, why people believe in the other side.
Thank you so much.
I hope you have a great day, and I hope your team has a great day. And thank you, Bubba. All the best to you.
You as well.
Forward.
You kick-ass Canadian. Thank you, sweetie.
Who's going to call next?
Bye.
Linda?
Oh, man.
That would be incredible.
If I could get Linda on the phone.
I'd make your week.
I'd be scared of Linda.
Me too.
I would be scared of her.
She can't be more than one wine deep by 10 o'clock.
Oh, I don't know. I would be scared. Let's just keep it. You know what? Let's just keep it with Brooke.
Yeah.
That's as far as I need to go with it. I don't need to go any further. I have completed the circle, my friend. All I need is Brooke. She's the most sane one of all by far. God, she's very well spoken.
She sure is.
Very knowledgeable. I mean, oh my Lord.
She validated your story about walking down the aisle. She validated your story about the Christmas gift. I mean, she is an incredible person that just showed. And I think what's really important is she really explained about all the negative influences that she thought she perceived were around him now. She never said that about you. You were with him at his A level. You guys were A gamers, like this guy said. And you never once crossed him. You never once did anything, including with this. You never once crossed him. And she gave you that peace of mind, Bubba.
Jay, you forgot about the most important story, that Bubba now can validate that he did give Brooke her B. And
that's exactly right. That's also another cool story,
There's been haters be like,
That's right.
Bubba's just trying to clout chase. And
that's another great validation. Good point, though, honestly, Lummy.
Here's the thing. You know what? The haters are still going to find something unbelievably fake or wrong, or
people in chat were saying it was AI the whole time.
It's Liberation Day. This is a new Liberation Day.
That's right.
And our clickbait was Bubba is vindicated, but we were talking about this AI video that was made about Nick,
right?
And talking about all the people that were surrounding Terry in his latter days that were keeping him on the road and not letting him rest. And we were kind of rolling through that by saying it's exactly what I said. I didn't know that my angel would call me and. I got to go to words one more time, and then we'll say goodbye on the backside. Thank you for everybody understanding just how important today was and is and will always be. I think I think I just reconnected with a very dear person that I always loved so very much. I always loved her. I never really cared for Nick like I cared for Brooke, because Brooke, well, I mean, Terry said it best. Rest in peace, my friend. Brooke is a Bolea. Nick is a Claridge. He always said that. And it's true.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
You got depots today, don't you, Jay?
Huh?
Was yesterday depot?
Yesterday was depot day.
How'd it go?
Oh, it was great. It was an easy one.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, it was an easy one.
Easy in the fact that you got all your stuff in, or just easy in the stuff that you got all the data you needed?
Well, it was, they admitted fault.
Right.
She was a Hispanic woman who required a translator, so it wasn't technically easy, but it was short. It was like 45 minutes. I just got her to admit that she did it, and she admitted she did it, and so it wasn't a super difficult depot.
Booty up, Bubba Army call VH1 one last time for Brookie.
My eyes were sweating a little bit.
Bubba, can you pot up 3 when you get a chance?
3?
Yeah, 3 machos asking.
Okay. And turn it on too?
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go, Mach. Bubba said, Macho said...
You were always Uncle Bubba to me, and you always had a heart of gold.
I guess nerd. It was a little dusty in here too, buddy. All these guys are talking about how they got a little teary-eyed.
Oh my God, I was crying pretty hard.
Me too. This is a chapter. This is almost a decade and a half chapter of your life.
You can do a merchant.
What's up? I gotta call you the police.
I wish this could be on the dock, but they can't. It's done. It's already being
What's up,
adjusted.
Dave?
That might delay it a little bit.
What's up, Carl? Australia killer. I know, Heather. Not easy. You part of this for a long time.
Wizzy. I think Wizzy, tell me if I'm right, but that device that she talked about that sucked onto her uterus, if I remember right, I think that was who you work for. I think
Barry Hyde, what's
I
up?
think
Dave Rock.
And tell me, Wizzy, I think that device, because when I was talking to you one time and you were telling me what your job was, I think it was that device that you were on the R&D team on, I think, if I'm right. Because when you described what your device was doing, it sounded like it was...
Thank you, Tease. Terry is awesome.
Exactly what she had mentioned. Am I right on that?
Have a great day, Bubba. With Jay Bowler.
Yes.
Okay.
Wizzy, I knew that you told me when I said, hey, Wizzy, what do you actually, what do you work, and you told me that
you were part of a brand new medical device that was coming to market that would save women from internally bleeding.
That's crazy.
Travis, $50.
Wizzy was on the R&D part of that device.
That's incredible. That thing didn't exist when my kid was born because we were having a similar issue.
Good morning, Marcus and Mark.
Lummy, who's on the warm line.
That's amazing.
Hootie up. Brooke is going to Hulk up the Hogan name.
Candle, Trey or
Second one was a planned C-section. First one was an emergency C-section, and so, yeah.
So,
emergency C-sections are scary. They lost the fetal heart rate. His umbilical cord is around his neck.
So that was Trey?
Yeah, Trey.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Gary Cantrell's going to have his workout. He's going to have to work like a Jamaican today. I mean, there's so many shorts you can make out of that. Of course, Lummy want to release it long form too. So I'm not telling you guys how to do it. You guys just do it how you think it, okay, my friend? And again, I apologize for yesterday.
We will make you proud today, Bubba.
I know you will, my friend. It's just been an absolute wonderful day. I say that while we also, are burying Hogan. Today's his funeral. That, I have mixed emotion because I should be there. I should be able to be there, but I can't. I've been told. I asked. And word got back to me a very hard no.
Ouch.
Well, at least Brooke and I have something in common. She's not going to be there either.
Mm-hmm.
So
Hacksaw Jim Duggan is. I heard he was at the airport.
Yeah, there's going to be. All the boys.
Yeah.
All the boys. I wouldn't be surprised if Cena's there. I wouldn't be surprised if The Rock's there. I wouldn't be surprised if Triple H is there. I wouldn't be surprised if, of course, Flair's going to be there.
It should be the Hall of Famers that are alive should all be there.
Yeah, for the most part, yes, absolutely.
I can't think of a more important wrestler who's died in my lifetime other than Andre the Giant, and I don't remember that being this kind of an event.
More importantly, I don't know if she's listening now. I don't know what means Brooke listens or gets, or even I don't even know if she listens to the show. Maybe she just gets clips. But Lummy, she knew to call 813-90-BUBBA. She was on the jobber line too, man. Regularly I would give a person like her or Jay or the warm line to call right on in, and she there's it makes me sad because she talks like her cadence and her mannerisms are very Hogan-like, Like she'll throw a little Carney in there, and she's such a remarkable person. And
I wouldn't be surprised if she has a second opportunity with her career.
That she said that she was talking to Sobe Entertainment, and they were gonna start recording again.
That wouldn't surprise me one bit.
She is very talented. And she was just mismanaged. She was just absolutely mismanaged. And Lummy, if you go look at her social media platforms, I think she has. And Lummy, it's all about that. I mean, we know that we can make a living on. We got 130,000 subs on YouTube. We got 200,000 subs on Facebook. We got 110,000 followers on X. Rumble. We got Twitch, and we can make a living, with what we probably have, maybe 500,000-600,000, something like that.
Yeah,
I think she's got like
She had 600 on Instagram.
She's got how many?
Wow. 600.
600,000 on Instagram.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
I mean, I think at one time, I think she's running around like 3.5 or 4 million. And you know, Jay, that's real currency.
It sure is.
I mean, she could make a living. Not
100%. Well, you also don't have to distribute music in the same waves that you used to back
she can
in
just put
the
it right
early
on her
2000s.
Just think about it. She can put it on her own social platform and touch 3 million people.
Yep.
That's more than any radio station. You know, you don't have to do it that way anymore. Plus, of course, we'll get behind it very heavily.
Of course.
I have to take this time to genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, I don't know if she understands the significance of the weight that she lifted off of my shoulders that I've been carrying around, and I never thought that I would ever have it unlifted, and she did. She did more for my confidence and more for my self-esteem and more for my ability and just more. She did more for my overall mindset, because sometimes I question myself as to whether I should still be doing this or not, whether I can still make a living, whether I'm still good, whether I'm still relevant. I mean, I can go to 3 or 4 different websites to tell you absolutely I am the worst. I'm the biggest hack. I suck. You know, Taker runs the locker room. I repeat myself. I'm on pills. I'm a cuckold. I'm a cheater. You know, I'm a bad dad. Your son hates you. You know, and you start second guessing yourself. You know, Jay, just think. I mean, you're a damn good lawyer, one of the best. And can you imagine if, you know, you had a little hiccup with somebody that was screwing with you a little bit? And you know how disruptive that was. Well, can you imagine if there was nothing but Jay Diaco is a horrible lawyer forums that just told you how much you suck, how unworthy you are, just every little thing.
I have, I've experienced a little bit of the collateral damage in my life and my profession, but this should enable you to close a chapter in your life that has been a constant voice in the back of your head about whether he knew, whether the public would know, and whether anyone would ever understand it. Well, there's no better way to have it explained than by Brooke Hogan.
Yeah.
And so, as the pop-up says, Bubba is vindicated.
I love you, my friend. You've been so good to me. You've been such a good friend. Love you and Gary, do your magic.
Will do.
I'm going home and going to bed. I'm mentally exhausted. I'll be back tomorrow. I love you guys. Thank you.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
I could have wired up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host, Jay Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I repent.